the business end of the CG United Women's Super 50 Cup right here at the Connery Cricket Centre. 2 rounds to go. This is match day 4. An old rivalry renewed between the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force Divas and the Guyana Harpy Eagles women. Alongside me, the captains, Brittany Cooper from the Red Force Divas, Shemaine Campbell from the Harpy Eagles, match referee Jeffers, and umpire Brown alongside us to oversee the toss. Britt, you have the coin. Give it a toss. Tails is the call. Heads it is. Brittany, you have won the toss. What's your decision?
We decided to bowl first.
What's the reason for that?
Having already played 2 games here, I realized that the wicket have gotten better on evening, but we also believe that, batting first, you could get 220 to 50 run, but we wanted to challenge ourselves today and, try to restrict Ghana for a very low total and chase it.
All right. You're starting 11, and the feel in the camp, three losses so far in the tournament.
Yeah, we have one change in our starting 11. We have Rihanna Harris Ryan, who's making her debut. She's coming in for Shalini Samaru. Um, you know, 3 losses on the trot will be difficult for any team. As you know, we have a young team, and the girls' spirits are still high because they know they are capable of more. And we're looking for the girls to show up today, and I believe that, we're going to have our first victory today.
Go well, Brittany. All the best.
Is a plus for the team. So I think it doesn't matter that what we do today.
You're starting 11, and the feel in the camp coming off 2 for 1, 2 wins, 1 loss.
Yeah, we have Cherry and out with an injury and Retty Maya in, and all the girls are fully confident. We believe in ourselves that we can win any team. So it's just a matter of fact just coming out and be positive and play the brand of cricket that we know we can play, and just the biggest concern for us is just to get some runs. But I believe today that the girls will come out and give us a good score today.
All right, Shemaine, go well. Look forward to seeing you on the park.
Yeah, thanks.
Pleasant good morning and welcome to the Connery playing field once again, where we are witnessing the 4th-round encounter between the Red Force Divas and the Guyana senior women's team. We tell you that the Red Force Divas would have won the toss, and they have decided to insert the Guyana senior women's team, and they will open the batting with Mango and Williana Guimond. Victor is next to me. Victor, good morning and welcome.
Good morning to you, Gary, and also welcome and everyone who are with us here at the Connery Cricket Centre. It's Trinidad and Tobago. They're up against Guyana. Trinidad and Tobago won the toss and decided that they will bowl first. So there must be something they have seen in the surface why they have made that decision.
So it's going to be Ramharak, Karishma Ramharak. We open the bowling from the media center end. So the Guyanese will want to get a good start. It's a good delivery. First up, some turn on the edge, drop in front of Captain Brittany Cooper, who is at first slip. So there's a slip, there is a backward point, there's a cover, extra cover on the mid-off. On the onside we have a backward square, there's a forward square deep, a mid-wicket and a mid-on. So we're in the first over, and a wide delivery on the onside. No signal coming from the umpire, so obviously coming off the part of the batter, Mango. So Mango is facing first strike, taking first strike for the Guyana team, and she's facing up to Ramharak from the media center end. So the Guyana, Trinidad and Tobago, they have played 3 matches and they would have lost all 3 games, so they're looking to open their account in terms of winning in this encounter, and they would have won this encounter last year by some 77 runs, and they'll be hoping to repeat that feat here at Connery. But we're in the first over. 4 deliveries have been delivered, and we are not seeing a run on the scorecard as yet. So the 2 umpires, Jacqueline Williams and Ayana Holder, are the 2 umpires. Jacqueline Williams doing duties from the media center end. So Guyana will want to have a good start, and they'll get a single at least, and they're now going back for the second run. So they're off the mark with 2 without loss in the first over. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, after winning last year by 77 runs after batting first, and that game was played in St. Paul's, they would have made 132 for 8 in their 50 overs. And Guyana in reply could only get to 56, and they batted some 35.4 overs. And delivery on the onside went down towards the back of the square area. So over number 1 has been completed, Victor.
Yes, and Guyana, obviously these two would be trying to establish a good opening partnership for their team Guyana. They're right here at the Connery Cricket Centre up against Trinidad and Tobago, who won the toss and decided that they will bowl first. Well, the two batters just had an exchange of words after that first over has been completed. So Trinidad and Tobago are still looking for their first win in this tournament. So no doubt they'll try their uttermost best to do better today. Guyana too has not really been having a prolific run. They too would be competing sternly here today at the Connery Cricket Centre.
So it's going to be Sugrim who will open the attack from the far end. So the Trinidad and Tobago management and captain, they have decided to go with an all-spin attack to start proceedings here at Connery. And Liliana Grimond will be facing up to Sugrim from that far end, or the preschool end. We have good conditions here at Connery for cricket. And so you're a bit confused, Victor, as to why the Red Force decided to insert the Guyanese. But we'll have to wait and see if that decision will prove to be a fruitful one or a successful one. And so it's 2 without loss. We're in over number 2. The Red Force winning the toss and decided to bat in that last game against the Jamaicans. The Red Force batted first and they got to 168. And they batted some 43.1 overs. But this time they have decided in this game here at Connery, 4th round match, they have decided to insert the Guyanese. So no runs have been scored so far in this, the second over ball by Sugrim. There's now a change of field. And fielder has been brought onto the offside. That's Brianna Haricharan has gone into the offside. So the Red Force will looking to keep things tight and probably pick up early wickets because they have decided to open the bowling with 2 spinners. That's Sugrim and Ram Harak. So Sugrim is bowling from that far end and Grimond is the batter on strike. And so Red Force, they would have played the 3 matches and they have not been successful in terms of winning. They would want to start their winning ways in this encounter here at Connery. So they get a single as the ball came down towards the back of the square area. And so with that single, the over is completed. You're surprised, Victor, that they opened with 2 spinners?
Well, in the sense whereby after winning the toss and seeing that 2 spinners open the ball in attack for Trinidad and Tobago, it has to be that was their plan, that they will try to see what they can extract out of the surface for at least the first 30 or 45 minutes. And basically their strength is in their spin attack and they have decided to open with that. So we have not really seen that batting first proposed much difficulties for the teams that batted first. The surface here at Connery always looks fairly balanced.
So Ram Harak will continue from this media center end. And in the last game against the Jamaicans, she had 6 overs, 1 for 24. And she would want to get amongst the wickets and get amongst the wickets quickly. And against the Windwards, she had 10 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 19. And they will get a single. They're going to come back for the second run. Just played into the onside, just over the head of mid wicket. So 2 more to the total. So with those 2 runs, the total has gone on to 5. And Mango, she's off the mark with those 2 runs. So we know in over number 3, this is the 3rd run encounter being played, or 4th run encounter being played here at Connery. So 2 other matches will be played in this round, one in Warner Park and the other in St. Paul's. And word out of St. Paul's, Victor, is that like that game might start a bit late due to some showers. And Ramahak will continue. So the rain will delay the start of the game in Connery, in St. Paul, sorry. So Ramharak will be bowling from this media center end. And it is allowed appeal. Ball outside the off stump, keeping a bit low. And the keeper Sao went up in an appeal. Maybe they thought they might have gotten an edge. So in over number 3, we tell you that the Red Force decided to insert the Guyanese team after winning the toss this morning. In good conditions, nice and sunny. So Ramarak has had a good line and length just on about the off stump. So another over is completed, 5 without loss.
Yeah, and the spinners have held their own thus far for Trinidad and Tobago after winning the toss, opening with 2 spinners from the media center end and the nursery end here, which is the far end of the ground here at the Connery Cricket Center. So obviously that has been Trinidad and Tobago's ploy, that if they want the toss, they will open with spinners, and so they have done. 5 without loss after 3 overs, Gary. So these 2 for Guyana opening, obviously going along slowly, but just trying to establish that opening start that Guyana would really need from these 2 batters.
So Sugum will continue from that far end. And she'll be bowling to Mangua. She goes around the wicket. So the 2 spinners for the Red Force team, they have found a good line, a good length. And they want to continue to keep some pressure on the Guyanese batting. So in terms of the point standings, we tell you that Jamaica, they're out front on 12 after 3 matches. And the Windwards are on 12, or 8 from 3 matches. Guyana on 8 from 3. Barbados also on 8 points. And TNT and the Leewards are yet to get off the mark in terms of the points. The Jamaicans have had 6 bonus points. Windward Islands 2. And Guyana were able to pick up 1 bonus point. So that's the point standings after the 3rd round of matches. So this is the 4th round encounter. One of the 3 matches that will be played in St. Kitts. Guyana versus the Red Force. The Red Force decided to insert the Guyanese, and they are 6 in over number 4. Good conditions, nice and sunny. A slight breeze coming across the outfield. So there's a ring of fielders on the offside. There's a 3rd man, a point, cover point, extra cover, and a mid-off. And that shot went down towards the back of the point area. No chance of a run, so important game for the Red Force team. And they would want to try and win. The Guyanese would have won 2 matches and would have lost 1. Jamaica, they would have won all 3 matches. Windwards 2 matches, they won 2 and they would have lost 1. So Guyana will want to continue to win. So with that delivery, the over is completed. Over number 4, 6 without loss.
Yes, and Guyana going slowly, but trying to really establish that opening partnership. But the spinners for Trinidad and Tobago, bang on. They are right on good lines and good lengths. So keeping things tight. But as Gary indicated, that Jamaica playing all three, has won all three, and looking very good match after match, the Jamaicans. But interestingly, though, there was a high percentage of wides in that game, Jamaica against Trinidad and Tobago. So combined, it was 20-25 wides. So
Hammerock will continue. Bit of a hesitation. And return comes in, came off the boot of Grimond, who was hustling to for the single. Hope she's okay. She's bending over and holding that left foot. He got struck as the fielder came in quickly from the mid-wicket area, but a single to the total. A bit of a hesitation between the two. We saw some hesitation in the previous game that resulted in a few runouts. And I'm sure the Guyanese wouldn't want to have a situation where they have a run out so early in the inning. Another good delivery by Ramharak on the off stump. She has kept a good line and a tight line and good length, and keeping the pressure on the Guyanese. So Ramharak is one of the bowlers for TNT Red Force who has picked up wickets over the years. This one came back in towards the right-hander. Came back down the strip on the onside. So we have 7 in over number 5. The Red Force inserting the Guyanese women. CG United, the main sponsor. Also we have Dafabet is also on board. So it's going to be a very good contest, hopefully, between these two teams. The Red Force would want to go down 4-0, Victor.
not at all, Gary. They would like to redeem themselves.
Wide, signal by umpire Williams. Too wide of the off stump by Ramharak, and so she will have to re-bowl that. So with that single, with that extra, the total has gone on to 8. So you're coming from the Connery Sporting Complex, and the Red Force would have inserted the Guyanese. We're in over number 5, and the score is 8 without loss. Thinking about a single, a ball pushed down into the onside to bring up the end of another over, 8 without loss.
Yeah, and these two battles for Guyana, they're not going about their duties in any aggressive nature at this particular moment. This is the opening encounter after 5 overs, some 8 runs without loss. But the spinners for Trinidad and Tobago, they have struck a good line and length. And the only reason I can see why Trinidad and Tobago put them in, because they are of the view, obviously, that the spinners can do the job for them today. But we'll all have to wait and see. Even though Guyana are off to a quiet start, they're trying to consolidate that start also too by providing a good opening partnership.
So Sugrim will continue from that far end, actually bowling to Mangu. So the actual point standings, I would have indicated that Guyanese would have gotten 12 match points and 6 bonus points, so they have a total of 18 points. The Windward Islands 8 match points and 2 bonus points, total of 10. The Guyana team, they have 8 match points and 1 batting point, so that's 9. Barbados, they have won 2 games, so they're on 8 points, and Trinidad and Tobago yet to score. So Sogum will continue from that far end on the onside, and the wide will be signaled by umpire hold at the far end. So another extra to the total. So you've seen 2 wides being delivered so far. You would have indicated before, Victor, that some 25 wides were bowled in the previous game between the Jamaica team and TNT when they played the 3rd round game here at Connery. Good knockdown by the captain, Brittany Cooper. Was looking to play it late and got it just to the right of the slip fielder, who knocked it down to prevent any possibility of a run. So the projected score based on The current run rate is 82, but we want to get a lot more than 82. Driven into the offside down to Ramnath. She's at the cover point area and there is no possibility of a run. So we're in over number 6. The county just scoring at 1.59 runs per over. It's driven into the offside down to Alexander at cover, who fields. So one delivery remaining in over number 6. They're 9 without loss. Guyana. And he's driving, and the Brittany Cooper at slip. Couldn't hold on to it, and maybe dropped just in front of her. We'll have to look at it on the monitor as the over has come to an end.
Yeah, another good over, and let us see. And
yes,
no,
a drop
it fell
chance
in front of her on the volley. She took it, but the spinners for Trinidad, they have done a good job so far, and we will have another look at the monitor to see how close that would have been.
Went straight into her hands.
It looked like it went into her hands and actually probably might have struck the wrist too.
Yeah.
And really, so that can go down as a chance that Trinidad and Tobago could ill afford, because they're yet to win a game in this CG United Insurance Women's 50 overs tournament right here at the Connery Cricket Centre, opening it with spin bowling. But Guyana, though, Gary, they're off to a quiet and slow start.
Ramarak will continue. So the Guyanese would want to make the Red Force pay for that job catch. And the captain, the captain would want to be leading by example. At first slip, couldn't hold on, a bit to her right and a bit low. But he struck her high up on the hand, maybe close to the wrist area. Not where you want to be the ball to hit you, Victor. You want it to go in the palm of the hands. So they will have to try again with group. And the captain still there looking at that on the right hand where the ball was struck. So in over number 7. Just 9 without loss, the Guyana women. So Grimon and Mango are the 2 openers for the Guyanese. I would want to put on a good partnership. Not as breezy as it has been in the last couple of matches. Full delivery into the onside, and we'll go for 4 runs. Full delivery and punish by Grimond and into the boundary for 4.
Yes, and a well-deserved 4 by the Guyanese. Long-awaited first boundary, and really getting it nicely. So they're going slowly but steadily, and non-due risk, and really the spinners in operations from both ends for Trinidad and Tobago.
So this time a flatter and faster delivery, and then we get an easy single into the onside. So with that single, total has gone on to 14, with 1 delivery remaining in over number 7. And then there was Mango going into the sweep, goes down towards fine leg, and chance. We were looking to come back for the second run. That's Grimon, but she was sent back by Mango. So just a single to the total, and with that single, over is completed 15 without loss.
Yeah, and these 2 openers slowly but surely building their opening partnership, and really one of the things with Trinidad opening with 2 spinners here today at the Connery Cricket Centre against Guyana, Gary, it can well be too that batters don't usually get that rhythm going as they would like to, especially when spinners is opening the attack, because then your footworks and all those necessities are not really functioning as they should in terms of making your assessment whether to go or to stay and so forth. But a lot of times in playing spin bowling, Gary, I most of the time believe if you have enough time to wait, you should have the confidence even to take a little chip and execute. But you're not missing any play at the moment here. But even though Guyana are off to a slow start, we'll still have to wait and see how costly that drop catch might cause Trinidad and Tobago that the captain, Brittany Cooper, dropped in the previous over just before this slight break that we're having now.
So the physio came onto the field to give some attention to Guimon, who was struck on the foot, the left foot from a return. And so maybe she's experienced a bit of pain. They probably came on and had the magic spray.
Yeah, because
in
it
the
was
meantime, they would have, the other batters would have, or fielders would have taken the opportunity to get some water break.
it was a throw to where the fielder was trying to run out, where she was going to the far end from us here, and really it got a plumb on her. Probably it is around the instep area, but she seems to be okay now.
So Sugrim will continue from that far end. Mangu is the striker. So Captain Brittany Cooper is at first slip. I'm sure she'll be thinking about that drop catch that she put down, or she want to put it behind her, as a matter of fact, and probably think about the next one that could come her way.
And take it.
Mango is driving. Alexander is at cover. Fields. Current run rate is 2.05. So we have seen some of the teams making use, the Jamaica team making maximum use of the batting points. On the onside. And a wide has been signaled belatedly by hold at the far end. So Victor, Jamaica, they have in the 2 matches, they have gotten maximum points in terms of the batting points, because they would have won. In the first game, they made in excess of 250 runs, so that would have secured the 2 batting points. And then the other 2 games that they batted, they got to the target with a scoring rate in excess of 4.4 runs per over. And that guaranteed them the 2 batting points and off of Victor.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, Gary, they have convincingly played very well up to this particular moment. And they look very competitive, and they can obviously.
So that was one of the things that the West Indies would have, the coach would have indicated. You provide some kind of incentives. You want to encourage the batters to go after the ball, in a sense, to score quickly. Because if you're not scoring quickly, then you wouldn't put pressure on the opposition. But you want to score quickly still, but with sense.
Well, also too that another wide being signal, and the contribution of wides keeps stepping up. So that will be a concern for all of the coaches, because the percentage of wides by the teams, Gary, has been very observant that they have contributed highly to totals.
So at least 3 wides have been delivered. Another late dab into the offside. We will get a single down towards the short Thurman area. With Joseph, Janaba Joseph, moving away to her left. She collected 1 more to the total. So Grimon is on 8 and Mango is on 6. So Grimon is in strike to Sugrim from the far end. Over is completed, 18 without loss.
Yeah, and Jamaica, for winning their 3 encounters thus far, they have looked very convincing in their playing in all areas, apart from particular the bowlers' contributions in terms of wide percentages. The coaches, not just for Jamaica, but in this instance, will have close observation and working along with their bowlers and trying to put to them that they will have to try to limit those amount of wides. But apart from that, their fielding, batting and bowling has been spot on. And obviously, Gary, that is why they are top of the table with points.
So Samara Ramnath has replaced Ramharak from this immediate center end. So still continuing with spin. Barrage of spin bowlers. The Red Forest have started three spinners. You have KD Jazz Mitchell, who would have opened the bowling. She's a medium pacer, but she has not been brought into the attack as yet. And then there's a lovely drive, but goes straight down to the cover area. So Red Force enforcing the spin attack is Ramarak at cover. So dead ball will be signaled, or has been signaled by umpire Jacqueline Williams, as all was not set. So it's good sunny conditions here at Connery. We're in the fourth round encounter. Good shot, swept it away, down towards back out of square for 4 runs on the center leg stump. And Mango went into the sweep shot and got it down to the boundary for 4.
Yes, as it was spinning from the off spinner, spinning going further down the leg side, and she executed it nicely into the backward square leg boundary for another 4. So these two for Guyana opening here after being sent in. They are steadily going along nicely and developing a good partnership.
So we're in over number 7. The count is scoring at 2.64 runs per over. Ramnath is bowling her first over. In the last game, she had 6 overs, 3 for 24 against Jamaica. And there is Mangu going to the big drive. So Ramnath will be looking to continue to pick up wickets. He would have gotten those 3 wickets against the Jamaicans after the Jamaicans had a good start. Had a good partnership between Stephanie Taylor and Shadi Nation, and then after that they lost some quick wickets. They were still able to win to make 172 for 5. Appeal for stumping. Umpire holder at square leg is on move. Keeper Sao broke the stumps. Maybe Mango might have dragged her foot, but did not leave the crease. She was brought onto the front foot and prodding outside the off stump. Umpire holder is on move. So his score remains on 22 without loss. 1 delivery remaining in over number 9. And she's driving straight back to the bowler. She's all caught. So Mango goes bowl and caught Ramnath. And the Guyanese have lost their first wicket with a score on 22.
Yes, and just stood her crease, did Mangu. Was not moving or trying to get to the pitch of the ball. She just stood firm within her crease. She drove, never timed it as she would have liked to, but only got as far back to the bowler. So Trinidad and Tobago opening with the spinners, now getting their first wicket. Guyana, after being sent in, they are now 22 for 1. So the spinners have proven their worth so far. I think they have bowled a good line and length and really bowled to their field. And now they have got their first result. Well, they know how important this encounter is for them. That's Trinidad and Tobago. They have not won a match yet in this series. So they will be hoping for and looking for better results in this encounter here at the Connery Cricket Centre against the Guyanese, Gary.
So the vice captain of the Guyanese team, has made her way into the middle. Shabika Gajnabi, and she would want to spend some time in the middle, but the bowling has been tight. They've been keeping things on a tight rein, and we saw Mangu looking to free herself, but she played it. She didn't get to the pitch of it. She stood there and stretched, and played it in the air back to the bowler, who took it quite comfortably.
Yeah, and that's the thing too, Gary, whereby that you must have that little confidence to the flight and delivery to get to the pitch. Yes, it is true that the wicketkeeper is standing up, but probably if she had taken a stride or two, she might have just struck it over the bowler's head. But that was not to be. But Trinidad and Tobago, who really need to take wickets and take them rapidly. And because the spinners have opened the attack to Gary, they will get through these overs quite quickly. Well, from a Guyana point of view, they would hope now, and the captain is at the crease, that they can re-establish a prominent partnership. But Trinidad and Tobago will feel very confident and would be looking to make further inroads as early as possible in this Guyanese innings.
So it's Sugrim will continue. 4 overs, none for 6. from that far end, or the preschool end. Grimond is the striker. So captain or vice captain Gaj Nabi, experienced player. I would want to bring her experience to the fore. Try and get a good partnership between with her and Grimond. Grimond has faced some 28 balls. She's on 8. So we need to see. The Guyanese will want to have a good partnership here, and so because you don't want to continue to lose wickets. On the other hand, the Red Force team would want to continue to pick up wickets and put pressure on the Guyanese batters. Because winning the toss, Victor, and inserting the opposition, you want to pick up wickets and pick them up quickly.
Yes, indeed, and we see that was the indication that Trinidad and Tobago gave to by opening with spinners, because the batters are not getting their rhythm and feet movement quite as yet to really keep out these spinners who have kept a good line on them.
So it's not normal to get a single. A good return, struck the stumps, but umpire holder is right there. And so she gets home for a single. That's Grimond. It was pushed into the offside, knocked on by Alexander. The fielding completed by Kirby. And she plucked the center stumps out of the ground, but the batter Grimond got in.
Yeah, and Trinidad and Tobago, they have been feeling well too. The bowlers have been bowling well to their field, and they're supporting them. And that was a good, accurate throw with took the center stump out of the ground, but the batter made her ground safely. So Trinidad and Tobago, Gary, they know how important this game is for them. They would really like to put one under their belts.
So Grim will continue from that far, and we want to continue to keep things tight. Vice captain facing up. She's backing away toward delivery on the off stump, flat and fast, and missed it. And went behind by the keeper.
It kept a little on the low side too. It looked about striking the keeper about ankle height, so she might be encouraged to go more on the front foot to the spinners.
This time she's onto the front foot and pushed it down into the onside. At the end of the over, 23 for 1, Guyana.
Yes, indeed. And we can also see to Gary that the Trinidad and Tobago fielders, they're actually jogging to their positions. So we are seeing a lot of urgency and purpose. So they're really getting into their positions after each over. And here is a signal now from the umpire. This looks like Jacqueline Williams of Jamaica. And Ayana Holder is of Barbados, with Shane Jeffers of St. Kitts is the match referee. So all the officials are in place. But Trinidad and Tobago will be looking for further success, while Guyana, on the other hand, will be trying to establish a partnership here.
So Ramnath, who got the wicket in her first over, will continue. So she will want to continue to keep things tight and continue to pick up wickets. So the Red Force won the toss, and they've bowled all spin so far. The spinners have done well. They've been able to keep things tight. In the last game against Jamaica, they employed some 7 bowlers. Mitchell would have opened the bowling with Sugrim. Then he had Kirby, Ramarak, Samaru. And she's into the onside. Should get just a single as Alexander down at mid-wicket. So 1 more to the total. Takes it on to 24. Delivery on the onside, and she was able to play it in the air down to mid-wicket for a single. So Ramnath will continue. Just see Vice Captain Gajnabi handed something to square leg umpire. Maybe she picked up something off the pitch. Gave it to umpire, hold that square leg. So Gajnabi will be facing a first delivery from Ramnath. So Ramnath has been successful in, she got the first wicket, or the only wicket that has fallen so far, when she got Mango ball and caught. She made 10. Gajnabi is onto the back foot. She has been looking to give herself room, Victor, and she would have to be careful.
Yeah, because the ball was switched between wicket, and that is why she has to be extremely careful there, Gary.
This time she's down the pitch and get a single. One more to the total. She's a return came in, broke the stumps, but Gajnabi is in a crease. So with that single, 25. And the Guman, who is on 10 from 34, comes into strike. Umpire Williams just putting the stumps back in order. And with a big bat lift, a bat swing from Guimon, played it down into the offside, and a tumbling save to bring up the end of the over, 25 for 1.
Yeah, and Trinidad and Tobago, they have been very tight within that inner circle, inner ring, probably what we will consider a 30-yard circle, and that has applied lots of pressure on the Guyanese batters in that they're not getting those easy singles within that circumference. So with the bowlers for Trinidad and Tobago, the spinners that is, bowling that well, but we're going to have a bowling change from the preschool end here at the Connery Cricket Center, which is the far end from the media center, and first time we're going to see this morning a medium pacer by Trinidad and Tobago. Wicketkeeper standing up, so very important there, Gary.
So Kirby has replaced Sugrim from that far end. Vice captain Gajnabi will be the striker, and fielder from the offside has been brought into the backward square area. That's Brianna Haricharan. So there are 4 fielders on the onside. Captain Britton Cooper asking the fielder down at long on to move across to her left. That's Mitchell. So it's going to be Kirby bowling a first over from the far end. Delivery on the onside. We signal a wide, a bit slow. The batter came down the pitch, missed it. But fortunately her back leg was grounded, or she got it back. And Bezo removed, but it's another wide delivery. So Extras moves on by 1. Gajnabi looking to dab into the offside. She has been looking to play that dab shot into the offside. It was a bit too close and a bit too slow maybe for that shot. She missed it and taken behind by the keeper. Fielder has been placed down at the long leg. Good bit of fielding by Ramarak at the straightish mid wicket, prevented any possibility of a run. So the Red Force won the toss and decided to insert Guyana. They have lost Mangu, ball and caught Ramnat for 10 from 26 balls. There is that shot where Vice Captain Gajnabi is onto the back foot looking to pierce the offside field. Didn't time it and just goes bouncing down into the offside. So she has faced some 7 deliveries. She's on 1. This time she gets it through the offside. Some running there for the fielder who flicks it back for Alexander to send the return to the keeper or to the bowler on the bounce. So 2 runs to the total from a delivery which was forced into the offside from that back foot shot from Vice Captain Gajnabi. So with those 2 runs, the total has gone on to 28. We're in over number 12. So as the spinners are in the attack, they have been able to get through the overs quite quickly. Just about 40 minutes of play. Already in over number 12. So they'll get an easy single because the back of the square is vacant. The fielder down at the long leg. And they get an easy single. Maybe there's no need because with the pace or lack thereof of pace from Kirby, maybe there's no need to have the fielder down on the long leg fence, Victor.
Yeah, it could have been, and also too, after getting an early result. It is now 29 for 1. Just to keep that the batters don't get the runs that easily in terms of singles. Don't go on the defensive that early. Good observation there, Gary.
So one delivery remaining in over number 12. We were thinking about the single. And this time she almost thought that she could have gotten it, but the over has completed a tumbling save by Alexander in the offside to bring up the end of the over.
Yeah, and late cutting, or trying to attempt the late cut early in an innings is such a great element of risk in that three ways the batter can be out. One, they can actually play it into the gloves of the keeper. Two, they can play it to first slip, or they can chop it onto their stumps. So it should be more advised to really get out and play the ball in front of you, especially early in the innings. Well, the batters are out in the middle, but the spinners have done a very good job so far, Gary, for Trinidad and Tobago, and actually they really need to be taking wickets consistently.
Ramnath will continue. And there's Ghaznavi onto the back foot again, looking to force it. But she got it back on the strip. So we have seen her looking to force some shots off the back foot. So there are 4 fielders or 5 fielders on the offside. There's a slip. There is the backward point. There's a cover point and extra cover. Joseph, the Janaba Joseph at backward point. Through the legs of the fielder at mid wicket, and I get a single. That's looked like Sugrim at the short straightish mid wicket area. Couldn't stop it, and the batters were able to get a single.
Yeah, and you got to be tight within that circle to really keep the pressure on the batters. But another run to Guyana.
And delivery had some better bounce on it. We're looking to force into the offside. That's Griman. She missed it. Taken behind by the keeper. So we're in over number 13. The red force won the toss and inserted Guyana. Manga has been dismissed. Ball and caught to Ramnath. She made 10. She went when the score was on 22. We have progressed to 30. We've seen just one run in this over so far. And she's forcing into the offside down to O'Neill with a tumbling save at cover. Bring up the end of the over. 30 for 1 Guyana.
Yeah, and Trinidad and Tobago, they're moving around after each over, going to their respective positions with a sense of purpose, getting to their, and knowing from who is into the attack to the respective positions. So they're definitely getting through the overs quite quickly. 30 for 1 is the total at the moment, right here at the Connery Cricket Centre. It's Guyana up against Trinidad and Tobago. Trinidad and Tobago looking for their first win in this tournament, but they will have to be taking wickets. These two building a little partnership, Gary.
So Kirby will continue from that far end, and she'll be bowling to the vice captain of the Guyana team. She's onto the back foot this time. They will get a single. It was missed by the bowler. Then Ram Harak coming around to her left from straight mid wicket. Couldn't stop it as well. And then the fielding was completed by Sugrim running away to her right from mid off. So single to the total. Takes it on to 31.
And now we see that a difference in the field placing. They're bringing the fielder off the deep long on boundary.
This time she's driving straight down to the fielder Mitchell at mid-on. If she was at long on, it would have been an easy single. There's also a mid-wicket on the fence and a long leg. Those are the two fielders out. So now the fielder at long leg has been asked to come in 3/4 of the way. Does that make a huge difference, Victor? In the air, should be out caught. She is. A simple catch taken by Ram Harak at straightish mid wicket. There was a shot that was played in the onside, just almost given catching practice to straightish mid wicket. So Griman has been dismissed, caught Ram Harak, bowled Kirby, and the Guyanese have lost their second wicket.
Yes, and looking at that dismissal on the monitor, there again, the batter stood her ground, did not try to get to the pitch of the flighted delivery. It was a slow one, like a spinner, where she took pace off of the ball, but then the batter just stood her ground. There, can you see it on the monitor? Stood her ground and then just tried to execute, and that is always a difficult option in that sense. So Trinidad and Tobago getting their second wicket, 31 for 2. So thus far, I think, Gary, that Trinidad and Tobago, they would be pleased with their results so far in this opening encounter here at the Connery Cricket Centre up against Guyana.
So the new batter is the captain, Sherman Campbell. So we have the vice captain and the captain in the middle, and you wouldn't want to have a better combination in the middle, Victor.
Well, these two now, captain and vice captain, Gary, they have the responsibility to establish a good partnership. They have to lead by example here in this situation. But Trinidad and Tobago would feel very pleased that winning the toss and asking Guyana to bat first, and the results of getting 2 wickets with a total at 31 for 2, they would be pleased with their start thus far, but only would like to further it.
So Kirby will bowl to the captain, and she looks solid in defense. So the Red Force have been able to pick up 2 wickets. The projected score based on the scoring rate, 114. So they have been vindicated thus far as picking up the 2 wickets of the Guyana team for only 31 runs. So you want to see a good partnership between the captain and the vice captain. And the Kirby bowling far from the far end, just about military medium or slow. And the keeper Sao is up to the stumps, thinking about the single, as captain guided it into the offside, but Ramnath coming quickly, prevented any possibility. Run over completed, 31 for 2.
Well, I like the look of Trinidad and Tobago this morning. They know that they have not won a game in this series so far, and winning the toss here against Guyana at the Connery Cricket Centre and asking Guyana to bat first, and they've gotten 2 early wickets in this first session of play so far. And they're looking good, especially within the inner circle, which would be considered the 30-yard circle, preventing most of those singles and keeping the pressure on the batters. But the batters for Guyana, though, will have to use their feet to the spin bowlers.
So the vice captain is in strike to Ramnath, who has been able to keep things tight. And she has delivered some 15 dot balls, and she has picked up an important wicket. So Gajnabi, who is in 6, forces into the offside, goes through for the single, and good take by the captain. It was a high return. The captain backed up nicely in the onside. She got stuck out the right hand and stuck in the hand, and they only got a single. If that had gone past, there might have been an extra run. But a good return from the offside. So we're in over number 15. The captain of the Guyana team will be facing up to Ramnath from the media center end. Thinking about the single as was turning to the onside, but Harry Charan came in quickly from back of the square, preventing any possibility of a run. So the slip has been, the captain, Brittany Cooper, has now gone into the back of the square area, and there's also a fielder just to her right, and this time she will get a single. That's pushed it down to long on. That's the captain Campbell, so she's off the mark with a single. Total has gone on to 33 for 2 in over number 15. The Red Force winning the toss and decided to insert the Guyana senior women's team, as Gajnavi playing her favorite shot, backing away, looking to force into the offside, can't get it through, And now the fielder has been sent down on the boundary. That's look like as O'Neill has gone down to the cover boundary, just in case Ghaznavi is able to pierce the offside field. This time it's on the onside. And Alexander down at mid-wicket, sends it on the bounce to Sugrim to bring up the end of another over. 34 for 2, Guyana.
Yes, indeed, and really it is to captain and vice captain for Guyana here today at the Canary Cricket Centre. They have a task on hand. But I think, though, the strategy for Trinidad and Tobago should be different. With the two batters relatively new at the crease, one has, Campbell has one. In Gainabi, she has what, 8. So I would have preferred to see a lot more of the fielders closer to the wicket than widely spread.
So there is Ghaznavi onto the back foot again. Cannot pass the fielder at mid-off. That's Sugrim. So we have the vice captain and the captain of the Guyana team in the middle. Guyana, they've lost 2 wickets. Onto the back foot, keeping a bit low. Goes down to mid-wicket. So Ghaznavi would have to be careful. He has been going onto the back foot, and she certainly would have to be careful.
Yes, especially if one that keeps a little on the low side. We have not seen too many deliveries on that side as yet, but Trinidad and Tobago doing well here against Guyana.
And there's Ghaznavi looking to play square the wicket on the offside, just dabbing it for the fielder to come in from the short third-man area to pick up. And that's Ramnath. She feels. This time she will get a single because Alexander is deep at cover. 35 for 2. Main over number 16, just 2 deliveries remaining in the 16th over. This time, this is the captain looking to force a delivery on the offside. Had a little bit more pace on it. She was beaten and taken behind by the keeper. Taken on the pad, loud appeal. I want keeping a bit low. The captain going onto the back foot and was stuck on the pad, but obviously would have been missing the leg stump as we look at it on the monitor. Over is completed. 35 for 2, Guyana.
Yeah, and that final delivery was pitched on a good length. For moments I wonder why the batter was on the back foot. And it might have been very close too in terms of a leg before
She might
decision.
have been saved by an edge, but it looked pretty straight.
Yes, and as you can see, the national flag of Guyana to our west on the poles, along with Trinidad and Tobago, and also the national flag of the Federation of St. Christopher and Nevis.
So Ramnath will continue from this media center end. 4 overs, 1 for 10. Ghaznavi forced in. We get a single to Mitchell coming off the boundary. With that single, total has gone to 36. Ghaznavi is on 10 from 22. Captain Campbell comes back into strike. She's only on 1. So it's nice and sunny at Connery. So we're in this 4th round. Matches here in St. Kitts. So just 1 round remaining after this, and after the completion of the matches on Wednesday, then you'll see that T20 Blaze. And all of those matches will be played at 1 a pack, 3 matches per day in the T20 Blaze. Jamaica doing well. They are leading in the 50 over format, followed by the Windwards. And they're looking for a quick single as Sugrim cannot pick it up. Another single to the total. With that single has gone on to 37. Just easily turn into the onside for a single.
Yeah, I think what could be good on Trinidad behalf is to bring the feeler off the long off boundary and just invite the batters to take the opportunity to try and clear the feelers, and they might just miscue it.
Correct defensive shot by Gajnabi this time, just pushed it down into the offside.
So these two batters really, the captain and vice captain, they really have a task on hand here for Guyana. They will definitely have to set a good example for their team by putting a partnership together.
And there is Gajnabi going down on one leg, maybe to get it fine, but got it straight down to the fielder at the back of the square area. She feels that fielder feels, and there is no chance of a run. So Kirby has been sent back on the long on fence by Captain Long Off by Captain Cooper. Now she's asking Ram Harak at cover point to come around to the cover area, or extra cover. There's a cover on the boundary. And Cooper goes at a straight mid-off. And she's getting an easy single. As Harry Charan coming in from back of the square. Over completed 38 for 2.
Yeah, and Trinidad and Tobago, they have gotten through their overs quite nicely so far. They have been moving to their positions with purposeful, so they know that they would have to try and win this one. Well, both batters are having a conversation with each other, and they are aware of the situation that they have found themselves into. After 17 overs, 38 for 2, Trinidad and Tobago getting through their overs. Well, they started with Spain, and obviously that is the reason why 17 overs they have completed so far, Gary.
So Kirby will continue from that far end, and Brittany Cooper will place herself at a straight mid-on for Gajnabi. So there's a straight mid-on, there's a long on, there's a straightest mid-wicket, there's a forward square on the fence, and there's a long leg in Harry Charan. And there is Gajnabi. She gets a single still. Even though there was a short mid-on and a straightish mid-wicket, she was still able to place it to the right of the straight mid-on and get an easy single. She got an easy single, so the total has gone on by 1, and the captain Sherman Campbell has come into strike, 39 for 2, and they're just scoring at 2.27 runs per over. And this time is the captain going onto the back foot, looking to pace the offside field. Goes straight, goes down to short third man. Ramnath is in the way, she feels. No chance of a run. So Mango caught and bowl Ramnath for 10. And Griman also made 10. She was caught Ramarak, bowl Kirby. And there's Campbell looking to play a late dab, looking to play it late into the offside, but got it down towards Ramarak, moving across to her right. So Kirby will continue from that far end of the preschool end, shorter. And Alexander stopping it at cover. 39 for 2. Win over number 18. It's the current run rate is 2.21. So this is the City United Women's Super 50 cricket 4th round match here at Connery. Red Force winning the toss and inserting Guyana. Another easy single to the captain of the Guyanese team. So with that single, total has gone on to 40. It went down to Mitchell at long on, another easy run. In over number 18, 1 delivery remaining. Nice sunny, nice high white clouds here at Connery. So this time Cooper is on the edge of the square, just to the right of the non-striker, in touching distance. as Kirby will bowl to Gajnabi, and Cooper fields to bring up the end of the over, and that will be the first hour's play here at Connery completed. 18 overs completed, 40 for 2. So we'll take a short break and be right back.
Yeah, middle.
Welcome back after the first water break, where the Guyana women, they are 40 for 2 after 18 overs. The 2 batters out. Mango was the first to go. Bolan caught Ramnath for 10. And then Grimman was caught Ramarak at mid-wicket off the bowling of Kirby. She also made 10. She faced 40 deliveries. Mango faced 26 for her 10, and Ramnath will continue from this the media center end. Captain Campbell will be facing up. So the fielders on the onside, there's now a backward square. Captain Brittany Cooper, she's at a straightish mid-wicket, just changing position with Sugrim. And then there's another fielder at just at a long leg, a short backward square. And so Joseph feeling well, moving away to her right from backward point. So on the onside is a fielder on the mid-wicket fence. There's a fielder to the right of the umpire, and just about 10 yards to her right another fielder. And Campbell onto the back foot, gets it down to the captain. Captain Brittany Cooper, who won the toss and decided that she would prefer Trace here at Connery. And she has been able to keep things tight. And this time she gets it through the field, to the offside, and it will go into the boundary for 4 runs. And Sugrim thought that she probably pulled it back, but they already struck the rope. And umpire Williams signaling 4. So with that shot outside the off stump point between backward point and cover point down towards the boundary. 44 for 2 Guyana.
Yes, it was well placed, nicely timed too. Bisected point and cover, and earned themselves another boundary. So a welcome boundary for the Guyanese.
So with that shot, the fielders Pascal or O'Neill has gone down on the boundary. Campbell into the offside, a bit of a hesitation. Joseph coming in quickly, had a shot at the stumps. There was just eye contact between the captain and the vice captain. Ghaznavi was charging down the pitch, he was sent back. And Joseph came in quickly, backed up in the onside by Captain Brittany Cooper. So one delivery remaining over number 19. Kirby at mid-off completes the fielding. Over is completed, 19 overs, 44 for 2.
Yeah, 44 for 2, and a high percentage already of dot balls, some 22 dot balls, total 44. So it meant then that Trinidad and Tobago have done well also too in that column, and they have also taken 2 wickets. So that is a major concern in the shorter version of the game. The percentage of dot balls, a lot of times in the end results, that sometimes can indicate more so to the team that wins the game. Sometimes that comes into the equation, and I just believe at this particular moment of this particular encounter between Guyana and Trinidad and Tobago, a percentage of 22 dot balls, Gary, I think is just a bit too high.
A new bowler has been brought in at the far end. Kirby has been replaced by Alexander. And Kirby and Alexander bowling from that far end. So 2 medium pacers coming from the north, from the school end, preschool end. And we tell you the leads are 90 for 1 in 18.5 overs. An easy single to Ghaznavi as the fielder Mitchell has to come in off the boundary. And as you indicated, Victor, the long on giving an easy single to the batters.
Yeah, I think you at times you can be on top a little more, because the indication of 22 dot balls means that when fielders are closer, they're not prepared to go over the top.
So in the leads are 90 for 1. The game at St. Paul's that hasn't started as yet. We're told that it should be starting at around 11:30. But the Leeward's not doing bad in the game against Barbados. They are 90 for 1 from 19 overs. And the captain will get a single down to the deep mid-wicket area. And O'Neill, who is down on the boundary, sent the return. So one more to total. It has gone on to 46. So rain delaying play at the St. Paul's.
Yeah.
So we had some heavy rain. You had a heavy rain last night in St. Kitts, Victor?
Well, certain parts of the island, and in Boston there was a bit, but not extensively. Most likely in the St. Paul's area it might have fell very hard.
Ghaznavi's getting a single into the offside. Joseph moving away to her left. Cannot stop the run. One more to the total. Takes it on to 47. So that game in St. Paul's as Jamaica versus the Windwards, and Jamaica will want to continue to win. And so would want to have a full match. They will want to have a full match so they can continue. Maybe the Windwards will want to prevent that from happening. And then we get a single. That's the captain Campbell into the offside. So a late start. They still should be able to get enough overs to have a completed match, Victor.
Yes, indeed, and really, these are the two teams in this CG Insurance United main sponsors 50 overs women regional series, They're at the top of the table. Jamaica number 1 and Windward's number 2.
So Ghaznabi is looking to beat mid off. She wasn't successful. Over is completed. 4 runs coming from the over. 48 for 2 Guyana.
And Gary, with the Leeward Islands doing well in their encounter now, I said to some folks that the Leeward Islands will pick up a little better form as the tournament goes on, because as we quite rightly know, that the Leeward Islands, they did not had a women inter-island tournament, so they just had a preparation camp, and really psychologically when an umpire or umpires go out into the middle, that is a different mindset. So it is not so surprising that they will find some better performances as the tournament almost is coming to an end in this CG tournament, 50 overs tournament.
So Ramnat is continuing from West Media Center end. They didn't win a game last year. They had a game that was rained out, I think with a match with the Trinidad and Tobago. And there is Captain Campbell is coming on a strip and driving. Got an easy single down to Mitchell coming off the boundary. 49, so they're one short of a half century in terms of 50. The Guyanese current run rate 2.41. Captain Brittany Cooper making some changes. He's now going at a straightish mid-on, just on the edge of the square, just to the right of the non-striker. And a flighty delivery. But Ghaznavi is not going to be tempted. Just pushed it to Ramharak at extra cover. Then you have a fielder all the way down on the cover boundary. So Ramharak is in the 7th over. 1 for 18. Onto the back foot. They have gone too quickly for the first run, thinking about the second. Not a strong return coming in from Alexander down on the boundary. 2 more to the total to bring up the half century. So the Guyanese have progressed to 51 for 2 in over number 21.
Yeah, a good achievement, and it is good to see that both batters have run the first one quickly, so they got the second run quite easily in the end.
Ghaznavi is onto the back foot, looking for that forcing shot into the offside, straight down to Ramharak, or not straight, but just to her right. So that's is it Caribbean Airlines leaving RLB, and that's heading to Visit Bird Victor, as you said the other day. Over is completed though.
I will get in touch
51
with my
for 2.
sources. Yeah. And really, it's a good sign to see the batter having the courage to get out of her crease and stroked it down too long on in the previous over, because I always believe if you have enough time to wait on the ball from a spin bowler, you have equal time to take a chip or so, but you must have that sort of confidence in moving into it. But so far, though, the over rate has been quite quickly done here by Trinidad and Tobago. Actually, they opened with spinners from both ends after winning the toss and asking Guyana to have first knock, Gary.
So Alexander will continue from that far end. She's bowling to the captain of the Guyanese team. Goes too quickly for the first, looking for the second. And he goes down towards the far end, chance of a run up, but she has away from the stumps. That's
No.
Alexander.
Yes.
And they got this second run in the end.
Because that would have been a strange run out too, seeing that the batter had to go to the far end, and you would most of the times think the closer end is an easier opportunity, but it was a good throw.
So Kirby's bowling from that far end. The first delivery, they got 2. Sherman Campbell is on 12 from 26. Ghaznavi is on 16. So that's the vice captain and the captain. Scoring rate is just 2.48. At that rate, you won't be able to get a batting point. So if the Guyanese would like to pick up another batting point, they would want to score quicker than that. The captain Campbell has pushed it down to the offside, looked up at her non-striking partner, thought about the single, but they feel that Kirby was coming in quickly from extra cover. So batting points are on offer, at least 2. Once you score in excess of 4.4 runs per over, you can pick up a batting point. 4 runs per over. can pick up 1 batting point. And the Jamaicans have made full use of that from the aggressive batting. They have gotten 6 batting points. Windwards have been able to pick up 2 batting points to get in excess of 250 against the Leewards. Guyana have been able to get 1 batting point so far in this season outside the off stump. And the Campbell probably looking to play it clear the wicket, but he got it back down the strip for the bowler to complete the fielding. 2 runs from the first delivery, and the rest 5 deliveries have been dot delivery. So 1 delivery remaining in over number 22 is 53 for 2 Guyana. Should we get an easy single down to long on, so the over will come to an end with that single. 54 for 2 at the end of 22.
Yeah, and really the Guyanese, the percentage of the dot balls is now 26, Gary. In the shorter version of the game, I've realized a pattern though. A lot of times, the percentage of dot balls is very high. But if there are 26 dot balls at this present moment with the total on 54, what do you think that teams could be doing differently, or Guyana here on in or onwards can be doing differently to cut down that high percentage of dot balls?
Well, they have to look for the gaps and try to place the field. Use your feet, get to the pitch, get in proper position to play the shots.
Wow.
I know the most times our batters probably just looking for the 4s.
Yeah.
But you can pick up singles, you can pick up 2s if you bat sensibly and place the ball, place your shots in the gaps. You should be able to pick up some singles. But it's a women cricket, and I guess it will develop over the next couple of years, but you want to see them working on their weaknesses as much as possible. Sugrim has been brought back into the attack, this time from the media center end, and good footwork by Kirby. If it had gone behind, it will get an extra run, but just a single with that first delivery, and total has gone to 55. So it's important as batters to try and as much as possible to work the ball in the gaps and pick up singles.
Well, Gary, it's a pattern too that happened in the men's version too. A lot of times we've seen in the shorter version that high percentage of dot balls, but you're quite right to place it right there, Gary, that you have to at times play with softer hands and look for those 1s and 2s. It is too many dot balls.
Around the wickets.
Here's another one.
Full delivery, push down to mid-off. And so they're just scoring at 2.46 runs per over. 123 would be the score if they continue to score at this rate. Flatter, faster delivery. And Ghaznavi looking for a favorite back foot drive. Square the wicket, missed it. Taken behind by the keeper. Ghaznavi is on 16. Campbell is on 14. And Steffi Sugrim bowling from this media centre end, her 6th over. Down the strip and driving, but goes straight down to Ramnath at straightish mid wicket. No chance of a run. So this is the 4th round match between Guyana and Trinidad and Tobago. Come down the strip once more and we'll get an easy single down to long on, where it is Isaac. He fields and 1 more to the total. So Sugrim will go around the wicket. Down the wicket is Campbell. She got it on the full. We'll get another single. So 1 more to the total. It has gone on to 56.
Yes, 56 for the loss of 2 wickets. And really, Trinidad and Tobago have done an excellent job so far this morning. After winning the toss here at the Connery Cricket Centre against Guyana, Guyana batting first after Trinidad and Tobago won the toss and decided to put them in. And their bowling attack, Trinidad and Tobago, when they open with the spinners, they have kept things very tight indeed on Guyana. Some 28 dot balls so far in the innings of a total of 56. So that also too the coaches would be looking at closely and see how they can rectify that situation going forward. And really, Trinidad and Tobago ringing the changes.
So Harry Charan has been brought into the attack from that far end leg spin, and so she's bowling some leg spin from the far end, right arm. So she has replaced Alexander from the far end. So you have seen lots of spin being employed by the Red Force team, the captain Brittany Cooper, the experienced Cooper. Red Force picking up 2 wickets. They won the toss and inserted the Guyanese. Mango bowled and caught Ramnath for 10. And Grimman caught Ramarak bowled Kirby. She also made 10. So Harry Charan will be bowling her first over from that far end. Good bit of fielding by Ramarak at straightest mid wicket, knocking it down, moving away to her left. 57 at the start of over number 24. So we're coming up on the halfway stage in terms of the overs. Full delivery in the air, down towards long on, it goes overhead. She misjudged it. That's the fielder down on the boundary, misjudged it and it went over. She was coming in quickly. She misjudged it and it just dropped over her head and into the boundary for 4.
Yes, and from our vantage point, it looked like if she had stood her position on the boundary and was just walking in slowly. But as you quite rightly said there, Gary, it was a bad misjudgment on her behalf. And a well-earned boundary by Guyana. They really needed a boundary. A lot of deliveries have been bowled and the percentage of dot balls keep climbing. But on that occasion, earned themselves 4 runs. But the fielder on the long-on boundary did not judge it well. And Guyana earned themselves 4 runs. Well, umpire Iana Holter just having a look at the ball to make certain it's all right. Yes, she's satisfied. Play continues right here at the Connery Cricket Centre.
So that's Mitchell. Bad judgment by Mitchell on the boundary. Right arm wrist spin or leg spin of Harry Charan. Probably could have gotten a wicket in the first over. Full delivery played out, just out of the reach of the fielder at long on. That's Mitchell who was rushing in. Got a full delivery. And she will get a single. As he played it down to long on, so another single to the total. And the captain and the vice captain for Guyana would want to continue to bat and bat long, bat as many overs as possible. You still have in excess of 25 overs remaining. We're in over number 24. And so Harry Charan will continue from that far end. And there is Ghaznavi playing it down towards the fielder coming off the boundary, just Alexander. And he just ambles through for a single. So with that single, the score progresses on to 63 for 2. We're in over number 24. One delivery remaining in the 24th over. Harry Charan bowling a first over. And he goes down to bad bit of fielding, misfield, dead by Ramarak at straightest mid wicket to bring up the end of the over. At the end of it, it is 64 for 2.
Yeah, 64 for 2. And these two, captain and vice captain, doing a good job for Guyana, building a partnership slowly and steadily, and quite appropriate in this situation. They're now having a bit pitch conversation and obviously weighing out the situation and how best to continue their partnership. No doubt that could have been part of the conversation as the over came to an end. So 56 it is for 2 wickets down. After winning the toss, Trinidad and Tobago this morning, though, Gary, up to this particular moment, I think have gotten the better part of play thus far.
So this partnership, well, in the early stages, yes, they were bowling tight and they got it 2 wickets, but now we've seen a good little partnership developing between the captain and the vice captain. They have added some 33 runs in 10.3 overs. So not bad in terms of the going for the Guyana team, but they're hoping that they will continue to bat and continue to put some runs on the scoreboard. So we see now that O'Neill is coming in off the boundary. So we have how many fielders on the offside?
She's going back out.
6 fielders on the offside. So now the long off is coming in and the cover will go on the boundary. There's also a long on and there's a mid wicket. So it's Alexander bowling from the media center end into the vacant back of the square area. Long run in for the fielder running across to her right from mid wicket. And the batsman should be able to come back for a third run. Because the return was relayed via the other fielder, Mr. Sugrim, who sent it down to the keeper to 2 runs. Vacant off onside down towards back of the square, and they were able to get 3 runs.
Yeah, and this is developing to be a very good partnership between captain and vice, most needed, and they are the ideal ones to be out there in the middle, and they are doing it quite nicely at the moment. And from a Guyana point of view, they will all hope that it can be extended for a long period of time in this encounter here against Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, just 3 fielders on the onside. The straightest mid wicket. There's a mid wicket on the fence and a long on, so lots of space on the onside for singles.
Yeah.
On the offside, you have a third man. There's a point. There's a cover point, cover on the boundary, extra cover, and the mid off. So Alexander would want to keep that off stump line. The first delivery was badly lined, and they got 2 runs. Powerfully driven. We're getting an easy single to Mitchell. So 1 more to Ghaznabi, one more to the total. It has gone on to 68. Ghaznabi is on 19. So Alexander will continue from this media center end. Over extra cover. We'll go for 1 across for 1. They're going to come back for the second. As that's O'Neill running away to her right from deep cover. Cannot stop a second run, so 2 more to the total. 70. And the projected score is 142. So good partnership between these two. 39 and counting. And there was captain looking to force into the offside, came from the inner portion of the bat. Back down the strip for Alexander to field. So 6 runs. So fairly productive over for the Guyanese team in this over. 6 runs have come. 1 delivery remaining. And a bit of a hesitation, but they will get a single in the end as Captain Campbell was onto the back foot. He goes bouncing down into the offside to bring up the end of over number 25. So we're at the halfway stage in terms of the overs. 71 for 2 Guyana.
Yes, and a really good partnership between captain and vice captain here for Guyana. And from a Guyana point of view, they will all hope that both captain and vice captain can really, even if they can, go deep as possible towards the 50 overs or even bat out the 50 overs, because with no undue risk, which they are not taking at the present moment, but obviously the Leeward Islands are off to a good start in their encounter. But right here at the Connery Cricket Centre, after Trinidad and Tobago won the toss, inserted Guyana, they are 71 for 2.
So there's lots of cricket being played, Victor. You had the PSL, which is ongoing. You had the test series between England and India, which ended. The last test ended inside 3 days, England losing the series 4-1. You also have a test series between Australia and New Zealand. I think the game ended today as well.
Well, so
and
when
we had Akil Hussain picking up a hat-trick in the PSL. And so West Indian playing all around the globe in franchise cricket. And Harry Sharan bowling from the far end. So lots of cricket being played, Victor. Lots of money being made by the West Indian.
Well, yeah, well, this is the time for players now to really hold on to the opportunities and make their money.
And there is captain getting a ball off the outer portion of the bat. Joseph did well, come around quickly from backward point, prevented the second run. So was looking to force into the offside as Campbell. outer portion down to third man for a single. So the test series between England and India was, well, England won the first test, but then things fell apart after that. Taken on the full by Gajnabin, just played it straight down to that's Mitchell. So Mitchell has been brought inside the circle, so she's now at straight mid wicket, and it looked like Ramharak has gone down at long on, so that in discussion in the last over, she has been swapped. Full delivery should be signaled by the umpire. It has been signaled by Williams, so signal of no ball above the waist, so they will get 2 runs. They got a single from the shot, and the no ball, so 2 more to the total. And so she's allowed to, she can change the field, Victor, even though it's a free hit because they was able to get a single. So Mitchell goes down on the mid-wicket fence. There's a long on mid-wicket, the forward square and a backward square on the fence. Those are the 5 fielders on the onside for this free hit. Donor strip in the air will only get a single unless it's a misfield down on the boundary by Ramarak. So 1 from that free hit. Total goes on to 75 for 2 wickets in over number 26. So Harry Charan is in her second over. She has been delivering a lot of full deliveries. It's always difficult for the right arm wrist spin. Bad delivery, wide with signal. She has not been able to pitch well, Victor. She has delivered a number of full pitch deliveries.
Yeah, and usually the back of the hand wrist spinner, whether it's left or right, usually right away, if they do not strike a good line and length at first, then it's not really their day in certain circumstances, as this one is actually happening now to her. Short again and being hammered away.
So it's 76 for 2. So in the test match, Victor, know that fast bowler from England would have gotten to 700 wickets. I don't know if you are following the test series. Ghaznavi into the onside has gone too quickly for the first because it's a vacant onside, but the keeper Sao had to run down towards back of the square. Just a single. 77 for 2 at the end of over number 26.
Yes, indeed, and I can't remember seeing anyone getting run out off of a free hit. So I always had the perception of belief that off of a free hit, I would have preferred to see whereby the batter or batsman could be out caught instead of a run out, because probably you have seen it recently happen, but I have not seen or heard of it, a player getting run out off of a free hit.
Well, it's a free hit, so you should be able to be free to do anything you want to do with it.
Well, yeah, it's a batsman game. Case closed. Case closed, Gary. It's a batsman game, yeah.
Cricket is normally in favor of the batters.
Yeah.
And as a batsman, Victor, I thought you'd have been happy to hear that you cannot
Well,
get out.
Well, I think that cricket for a very long time, of all sports, have taken a long time not to review some of the rules, because, say for instance, in the shorter version of the game, whereby a bowler bowls a delivery and it almost would have hit the leg stump, but it did not touch any part of the batter, but it's considered wide.
So it's a
batsman game. Case closed.
So Ramharak has been brought on from the media center end. So she had 4 overs, none for 12 prior to this. And she has been brought on to try and break that partnership. On the onside. And we wait for a signal from the umpire. It should be a signal of wide. And the outstretched arms of Williams signaling another wide. So Extras moves on by 1. So the Red Force team continue to bowl a number of wides. I know in the game against the Jamaicans, we had some 15 think was Jamaica Bowl 15 wides.
Trinidad Bowl 10.
As Ramarak around the wicket. Campbell thinking about a single, but the fielder coming in from the back of the square area. That's how it ran, prevented any possibility of a run. (79 for 2). The Guyana team, after being inserted by the Red Force captain after winning the toss and batting. And last year, the Trinidad team, they would have won that encounter by 77 runs. They're hoping that they'll do the same thing here today. And again, I'm sure Guyana would want to prevent that. We have seen a good developing partnership of 39 or 40 as by these two. So as a matter of fact, 48. Full delivery. And Campbell did not capitalize on it. He came forward, got it on the toe end of the bat on the strip. So coming up on a 50-run partnership between these two. So over is completed. Over number 27, 79 for 2 Guyana.
Yes, and good demonstration here by captain and vice captain for Guyana, now having a mid-pitch conversation after the over. So good partnership coming up in truth, Gary, and these two, captain and vice. They are in the appropriate situation, and they would know that they will have to place their team and first of all try to bat out the overs. We have seen so far in this tournament that teams have not batted the full 50 overs, but we will all hope that Guyana can bat out their 50 overs, and eventually Trinidad will have another good contest on their hands, still looking for their first victory.
So Harry Charan will continue from that far end. And the big figure of Alexander goes onto the ground. That's Kirby, as a matter of fact, extra cover. Good save. Prevented a possibility of a single if that had gone past her. Tumbling save. 79 for 2 wickets in over number 28. These two came together 31. Short punches back down the strip and goes down towards long off for 4 runs. So past the fielder Sugrim at mid-off to her right and into the boundary for 4 to bring up the 50 partnership as well for these two batters.
Yes, and very well played, captain and vice captain here for Guyana. Most valuable partnership, and no doubt from their dressing room they will also hope that they can extend it and really try to bat through the remaining overs in this innings and put their team post a respectable total on the board.
There's Gajnabi onto the back foot, backing away, looking to beat the offside field, but goes down to Kirby at cover. She feels no chance of a run, so the right arm wisping of Harry Charan is still bowling from that far end. In over number 3, 17 runs have come up for bowling. Gajnabi this time gets it to the right of extra cover. Sugrim has a running to do. Her left-handed return backed up by Captain Cooper on the bounce, so 2 more to the total. Going on to 85. So he's good partnership. So some 54 runs so far between the two experienced players, the captain and the vice captain, and that's what you want to see from the experienced players. Victor and the captain and the vice captain doing well. The scoring rate has also increased slightly. We'll get a single as the return comes a bit wide. I think that the captain was a bit slow in coming off. Gajnabi set off right away after she played a shot, but Campbell was a bit slow, but the return was wide. Get a single, 86 for 2.
Probably it might have created a lot much more interest if the throw was more direct, because it looked like she was struggling to make her ground, but in the end, as you quite rightly said there, Gary, it was wide. And they all ended safely. But this is a good partnership, and from Guyana point of view, they would hope that they could just extend it or bat out the overs. They have been set. They're looking good.
We get a single down to The fielder at long leg, that's Alexander. She did not field it cleanly, but recovers quickly. They get a single to bring up the end of the over. 87 for 2.
Yeah, and in this situation at the moment, the captain and vice captain for Guyana doing very good with this partnership are now over 50, and they will all need to extend it. And really, the Trinidad and Tobago fielders would know that they have to get some quick wickets off. First of all, break the partnership and try to play themselves back into the game. But I think right now that Guyana has taken the better part of the morning's play right now because of this partnership between captain and vice.
So a short hold up in play as the physiotherapist for the Trinidad team has come onto the middle. Maybe Kirby, when she fell in an attempt to stop a shot in the last over, might have overstretched her arm. And you see the physiotherapy doing some stretching exercise with Kirby.
Yes, indeed. Yeah. Well, one of the things to Gary in this situation, for the captain and vice captain for Guyana who are in the middle now and have a partnership of over some 50 runs, they will understand the situation best that their team are in at this present moment to extend the partnership and try to bat out the overs. But at the same time, Trinidad and Tobago will be looking to break the partnership. And ever so often, we usually see or hear after a long partnership, one or two other wickets goes earlier. Not saying that it will happen again in this particular situation, but for these two, the captain and vice captain, it will also be a test too of their fitness because they've been out there quite a while. They're not looking fatigued in any way. They're using good shot selections. And Trinidad and Tobago still looking to break this partnership. 87 on the board, 2 wickets down. But the over rate has been good too. Some 28 overs have been completed.
So Kirby has gone off the field with the physiotherapist. And we see Isaac is on the field because Isaac is one of the players who were left out. Kenisha Isaac, she's on the field. But she was on previously. I'm sure somebody else might have been on the field, off the field, but we tell you that Kirby has gone off the field, and Ramarak will continue from the media center end. So it's very good conditions for cricket, sunny, and the captain and vice captain of the Guyana team really batting well. They have put on a good partnership, 56. Taken on the pad lower appeal, but obviously might have been pitched outside the leg stump and a bit too high and going down the onside. So for the right-hander coming around the wicket to the right-handed batsman, you would have to take into consideration that the ball might have been pitched outside the leg stump. Down the pitch and drive in. Good bit of feeling by Ramharak. And she's put the ball in the air as if to ask the umpire how is that, by indicating that the ball left the bat, it bounced before it got to her. Another good bit of feeling by Ramharak, moving away to her right, feeling well to her own bowling, preventing any possibility of a run. So 4 deliveries, no runs have been scored in this over number 29, 87 for 2. So Campbell and Ghaznavi would want to continue. Another single to the total takes it down to 88. So 1 delivery remaining in over number 29. Ghaznavi is on 28, and Campbell has overtaken Ghaznavi. She's on 31 on 55 balls. On the onside, we'll signal a wide by Williams, so another wide will go to the extras. And so total moves on by 1. So this is the CG United sponsored Women's Super 50 competition. We're coming to the end of these sets of matches. 1 more round remaining. And good bit of fielding by Brittany Cooper. Prevented what certainly would have been a single. as the over comes to an end. 89 for 2, the Guyana team.
Yeah, and I don't recollect that any of these two batsmen in this partnership have got or given a chance. Probably there was just might have been the one chance, which was dropped by Cooper, or that was earlier, Gary, in this partnership. Has there been a chance to any of the batters? I would not like to believe so, but outside of that, though, their shot selections and judgment has been good. Probably they will do some more work towards the flighted deliveries from the slow bowlers to get out of the crease, but you have to have that level of confidence in doing so.
So it seems as though Harry Charan has been entrusted with the ball from the far end still, and he's driven down the ground to get an easy single. So captain seems to have lots of confidence in Harry Charan, bowling from the far end. She has not been pitching well. 2.1 overs, none for 22. So she will continue from that far end. Good sunny conditions, not a full delivery. Another easy single for the Guyanese. With that single, total has gone on to 91. We're in over number 30, so 20 overs remaining after this. They're scoring at 3.10 runs per over. So the Guyanese not looking for that batting point. They probably want to see what total they can get. So we're in over number 30, 91 for 2. We tell you that Mangu made 10 from 27 and Griman made 10 from 41. Griman was caught Ramarak ball Kirby and Mangu was ball and caught Ramnath. Full delivery, just clipped into the onside, and then we get a single off. He went through Mitchell, who is at a straight wicket. So one more to the total. It goes on to 93. Right over number 30. So it's 92 for 2. As Harry Charan will continue from that far end. He's driving straight down the ground. Long on has some running through across to her left. She will pick it up. One more to the total. So one delivery remaining in over number 30. So 4 runs have been scored in this over. So Harry Charan is in a 4th over, none for 25. Campbell, she's on 33, she's on strike from 58 balls. Flighted delivery, not fielded well, and has given up a single. And the bowler need to be able to field well to do own bowling. Over is completed 94 for 2.
Yes, and usually when partnerships like this one, you'll find some sloppiness in the fielders sometimes, with the partnership growing and growing stronger between captain and vice captain for Guyana. But Trinidad and Tobago will still have to be on their toes in the field, because if they can break the partnership and get a new batter at the crease and then try to keep the new batter getting more of the strike when they come to the crease, well, that is just all in speculation on my behalf. But these two are looking in no bother whatsoever, and they keep growing from strength to strength. Well, there's going to be another.
So Ramnath has been brought back into the attack from the media center end. So Ramnath previously 7 overs, 1 for 20. He's playing it late down towards third man. Janaba Joseph, running across to the left, cannot stop the run. So it's 95 for 2 at the start of over number 31. So the Red Force will looking to break this partnership. The vice captain and the captain of the Guyana team. thinking about a single. This time they will get it, as you almost had a collision between the two fielders, one at cover and next to cover. And it has gone close towards the deep cover boundary, and they'll be able to get 3 runs. And so with a shot out, a ball outside the off-stump, play into the offside. Ramarak and O'Neill almost collided in the covers. They went behind them and they got 3 runs.
Well, and just as I said before, when there is a partnership like this one, we will see things like that. Probably not communicating properly, like saying one or to the other, her ball, or leave it to me, something of that sort. But looking good, these two, captain and vice.
So they want to continue to bat for the Guyanese, and they also want to try and increase the scoring rate as well. It has increased since they have come to the middle, though. The projected score is just 161. I'm sure the Red Force will be hoping that they can prevent them from getting to 161. When these two met last year, the Guyanese only got to 56. So they're doing a lot better than they did last year. Now get a single. So with that single has gone on to 99, so 1 short of the 100.
Well, far better, Gary.
So in over number 31, it's Ramnath bowling from the media center end. So 5 runs have come so far in this over. And there is Gajnabi going on one leg, looking to pass the field on the onside. Was unsuccessful. And the total remains on 99 with 1 delivery remaining in over number 31. The Trinidad will be looking to win the first game, and Guyana would look to prevent that from happening. And the over is completed, 99 for 2.
Yeah, and very impressive partnership here between captain and vice captain of Guyana. Trinidad and Tobago won the toss this morning, and they decided that they will bowl first, and they opened the attack with the spinners, and they held things relatively tight when the spinners opened the attack. But after captain and vice captain for Guyana coming together, they're now having their mid-pitch exchange of words, and no doubt weighing the situation. They have not taken any undue risk. They have been running well between the wickets, especially running the first one quickly and turning over the board. But as you quite rightly said, Gary, I'm in agreement with you there. They need to accelerate the scoring rate because the overs are ticking away also.
So Captain Campbell will face up to, seems as though Harry Chiran is still continuing from that far end. And Captain Cooper is right on the edge of the square next to Campbell, and they're having a bit of a disagreement as to where the non-striker should be, because the batter or the fielder is a bit close to the stumps. Not a full delivery into the onside, and good bit of fielding by Mitchell, tumbling away to her left. So Mitchell, who had a misjudgment down on the boundary, has been replaced at long on, so she has been brought inside the circle. Inside, she's at a straightish mid wicket. Bad delivery, swung away, but Alexander is on the boundary down at backward square, and I'm sure that the Captain Campbell is a bit disappointed that she probably didn't punish that delivery. It was more like a long hop. She got it for a single, so with a single 100 coming up for the Guyana team in 31.2 overs. They're scoring at 3.19 runs per over.
Yeah, even though the partnership is very good, the scoring rate is just a little below par.
Down the strip and driving caught. The chap has been set, and the batter has been dismissed as is that Ghaznavi. She came down the pitch and she drove it, and the captain, who was on the edge of the square just next to just to the right of the stump, took a very, very good catch. It was low down, and the two umpires consulting, and the final decision has been made. But Captain Brittany Cooper was quite confident that she would have taken the catch. So Ghaznavi has been out caught by the Captain Brittany Cooper for 33.
Yeah, it was a plan, and it worked off quite nicely in that she was at a straightish mid-on, just in front of the non-striker, and it was the captain herself. So a very valuable partnership by captain and vice-captain has now been broken. It's now exactly 100 for the loss of 3 wickets. 31.3 overs have been bowled. So Trinidad and Tobago would know that they are still in a position whereby if they can just keep the new batter having most of the strike, who would be entering the crease now too, that can also slow down the acceleration of the scoring rate. But we'll just have to wait and see. But a most valuable partnership there, Gary, by captain and vice captain. But the remaining overs for Guyana, what is more important is that they don't get bowled out but bat out the 50 overs. Not just bat out the 50 overs, but if they're not getting the boundaries, get the ones and the twos and put themselves to a total which they think they will be able to defend.
So the third wicket has been dismissed. So they still batted for 18 overs and they were able to put on a partnership of 69 runs. So they put on a fairly good clip. Almost 4 runs per over they were going at, and I'm sure that Campbell is hoping that the new batter will be able to stick around and spend some time. That's Naomi Bakoy. So Naomi Bakoy is the new batter for the Guyana team. Bakoy. So she'll be facing up to Harry Charan. So the captain persisting with Harry Charan from the far end, and she has rewarded her. And she placed herself just at a straightish and short mid-on, just on the edge of the square, just to the right of the umpire. At non-strikers, then I was able to take that catch. So he's still there. As Harry Charan to the new batsman. He's beaten outside off tumble. Loud appeal by the wicket keeper, maybe for an LBW, because the ball went past the stumps and down towards the third man area for a single. So leg by has been signaled. So if you look at it on the monitor, you will see. But a loud appeal. The batter was coming onto the front foot, but they got a single, 101. Umpire holder at the far end, she doing duties. So a change of field. There's a fielder at backward point, cover point, extra cover. Got a flighted delivery. Captain Campbell is not going to be tempted, as she realizing that her vice captain was just out caught at short mid-on the edge of the square by Captain Cooper. Flighted delivery on the leg stump, swung away. Alexander comes across, good bit of feeling, good footwork by the big figure of Alexander. She realized that she wouldn't be able to get down, and she stuck the right boot out, got it well, and they were able to get 2 runs to bring up the end of the over, 103 for 3.
Well, she might just be a fan of Messi. Very good football skills there demonstrating, but if Trinidad and Tobago on their P's and Q's, though, they will try to keep the new batter now on most of the strike for most of the deliveries and keep away Campbell as much as possible from the strike. And obviously, it will take time for the newcomer at the crease to get settled in, but no doubt the captain, Campbell, might have other ideas, as she knows how important it is for her to be having more of the strike at this present moment. But a most valuable partnership of 69 between captain and vice, and it was appropriate in the situation for how things started off by Trinidad and Tobago.
So the new batter Bakoy will be facing up to Ramnath from this media center end. So the partnership has been broken, flighted, and coming onto the front foot is the new batter Bakoy. So Ramnath is in a 9th over, 1 for 25. So maybe she'll be bowling her spell out. She has 1 remaining after this.
She has bowled very good from this end, the media center end, quite tight.
Current run rate 3.19. Flighted in the air, and the Kirby or Alexander at the mid-off probably could have made a better effort. She came in a bit slow, and they dropped in just in front of her
Yeah, should have made a better effort. We can see it there on the monitor. If she had
Yeah.
kept going, but she stood her ground.
This time into the offside. We get a single eventually. Tumbling effort by Joseph, and the fielding completed by O'Neill running back from the cover point area. So one more to the total. Bakoy, she's off the mark. 104. It is for 3. So Alexander was a bit hesitant. If she had gone quickly from the onset, he would have been able to take that catch. They would have gotten another wicket. That was not to be. So Campbell will want to bat as many of those overs remaining. She was coming on the strip, and then she checked her advance, and just pushed it into the offside. Slighted delivery. Ramnath is in on 9th over, 1 for 26. We had forced to winning the toss and inserting Guyana. On the onside, swept away. Through back of the square. It will go into the boundary for 4 runs. So Harry Charan at back of square couldn't stop it. It has gone into the boundary. 4 runs. 108 it is for 3.
Yes, and it was well timed. A loose delivery. It was going further down the leg side and swept it nicely into the backward square leg boundary for 4. So these two really would have to continue on, as now the players going to have some refreshments at this present time, no doubt.
All right, so we are at the second water break. We tell the score is 108 for 2. We'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Good afternoon, and good afternoon. Got it? Good afternoon to all our viewers, and special good afternoon now to Mr. Graham West, High Performance Manager. And Graham, welcome first of all to the Federation of St. Christopher and Nevis, and to the Connery Cricket Centre. Quickly, what is the aim and objectives of the High Performance Centre, Mr. Graham?
Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to everybody. I've spent quite a good amount of time in St. Kitts in the last couple of months after the start of the West Indies Championship, with the academy being based here for the first couple of rounds. And nice to come back to watch a bit of the women's regional cricket. High Performance Centre, very much looking at that facility as a base to host as much of our high performance activity as we can. We now have West Indies programs for both boys and girls at under 19s academy, as well as our senior teams. And obviously there's a lot of preparation that goes into competing, and therefore all of those sides need time to come into a facility and be able to prepare, be able to develop players. The camps can be leading into tournaments, can be leading into series, or could be more of a sort of an assessment, particularly with our younger teams at the start of a cycle leading into a World Cup, which we have every 2 years for the under 19s. So what we've gradually done is we've gradually added to our staffing, being able to provide staffing for the relevant activities that we have. So certainly work in progress, but as a facility at CCG, it's certainly provided some good opportunities for our coaches and obviously our players as well.
And also to how many employees and in what categories are the employees there at the High Performance Center?
So we have talent pathway managers now for both our boys and our girls programs, and Ryan Nurse and Steve Liebird lead the under-19 programs through that. We also have academy head coach for the men's program, and Steve doubles up in that role with the women having just started. So the men's academy started in back in 2022, so we're in our second year now, and the women's program started last year, providing another 15 players with contracts to be able to continue their development. So that's been a very exciting initiative. Obviously, we're seeing the men's academy team in the West Indies Championship. They've also featured in Super 50.
Well, and here today at the Connery Cricket Centre, in progress now is the Guyana against Trinidad, and as you know, this is the CG Super 50 Women's Tournament. Trinidad and Tobago won the toss this morning and decided that they will bowl first, and Guyana are now presently 109 for the loss of 3 wickets. Well, this is the final delivery of the 34th over, yes, and it is also another run to Guyana and carrying their total now on to 110. So it was a very good partnership between captain and vice here today. But Trinidad and Tobago getting that or breaking that partnership have played themselves back into the game.
Yeah, I think disappointing dismissal. Gajnabi had spent a good amount of time at the crease. As you were both referencing, they needed to accelerate a little bit, but that was quite a soft dismissal, and obviously a new batter can need a bit of time to pick up the tempo.
Yeah, and we have also seen a trend too whereby batters will get starts and do not overall comprehensively carry on, and that is an aspect of conversations in cricket in the West Indies, both women and men, whereby especially with the batters and batsmen, where we see they get starts. Some do carry on, and not totally, but that is an area too, and obviously the analyst in all areas would be utilizing, because so far in this tournament there have been, well, at least for these matches here, which we have been witnessing, there have been a high percentages of wides, there have been a high percentages of dot balls, and in the shorter version, the wides and the dot balls something that teams will have to work on.
Yeah, the dot balls are a frustration, because when you look at a lot of the dot balls, the shots have been executed pretty well in terms of good contact, good timing, but too many occasions the ball's been struck at the fielder rather than the gaps, which the gaps start to appear after 10 overs as the field goes back.
Well, a projected run rate now is about 162. The total now is 111 for 3. And the late David Shepherd had a way that when it got to 100, umpire that is, he would hop around and so forth. That is the way he did signify that 111. But Trinidad and Tobago spinners, though, even though there was that very valuable partnership between captain and vice of 69, I think they have held the scoring rate to a reasonable projection at this particular moment.
Yeah, I think you'd expect from this position for Guyana to get to 180, 190, 200, which is pretty much, when you look at the two teams in the tournament so far, that seems to be round about the score that they've been coming up with, or it seems to be sort of within their range. It's only I guess.
And there goes another wide again, so another added run to the total by wides this time. So if teams take into the equation the percentage of wides, which you have to bowl the extra delivery but one to the total, sometimes you go beyond the 300 legal deliveries, which should be bowled in a 50 over contest, if no other reasons for play to be halted. The present total 112 for 3. We are into the 35th over, so 15 overs will come after this. Graham, it's been nice speaking with you, and no doubt a little later on, as you'll be here on for the day, Gary Pemberton would also have his questions to ask you about the centre. So we look forward to hearing that discussion too between both of you all. Thank you very kindly.
No problem.
So you heard it there from Mr. Graham West, the high performance manager, and later on Gary Pemberton would have that opportunity to pose his various questions to him. But Gary, we're back here with the action, and that was Mr. Graham West of the high performance manager there, having a little chit chat with myself. Welcome back,
so
Gary.
112 it is for 3. Nice to have Mr. West around. Hope that you're enjoying St. Kitts.
The Federation, Gary, please.
Push into the onside. So Campbell is on 45. She has batted well as the captain. And she would want to continue to spend some more time in the middle. She's a West Indies player. And the West Indies have some tours coming up in Asia, and also you have the World Cup coming up later in the year. You want the senior players to get amongst the runs. Campbell is one of those players. You want to make some runs. So the Red Force would have inserted Guyana in over number 36. And there was the captain getting a shot. David looking to swing it into the onside. She missed it or didn't time it. So Harry Charan has continued to bowl from that far end. The right arm whisping, always difficult to pitch on a good line, in a good length. She is in a 7th over, 1 for 31. She got a wicket of Ghaznavi. Flatter, fast and short, and swung away. It will go close to the boundary. Good bit of fielding by O'Neill, running across to her left from the forward square area and stopped it with the right boot. Good bit of fielding and prevented 4 runs. So they only got 2. So with that, total has gone on to 114 in over number 36. So this is the City United Super 50 women's competition. Full delivery, swung away. This time it will go into the boundary between the gap at mid wicket and the long on and down towards the boundary for 4. Full delivery to bring up the half century as well for Campbell. Excellent knock. She has gone on to 151, 78 balls, 4 fours, strike rate of 65. Good innings by the captain.
Yeah, a very good innings by the captain, and leading by example, and really made good use of that delivery. It was a full toss, and she struck it powerfully into the deep mid-wicket and wide mid-wicket boundary for 4. So she will just need to continue along with the other batters for Guyana.
We're in over number 36. Alexander will come into action down at long legs to bring up the end of the over, 119 after 36 overs. So Campbell would want to steady her, maybe even get up to 100, Victor.
Yeah, and she has the time once the players, once she gets the support from the other end, because she has not looked in any difficulty at all from the time she faced ball 1 earlier this morning. And I don't think, but I'm subjected to correction, I don't think she presented a chance. But outside of that, though, she has demonstrated good shot selection, placement and timing being good. And I think a hallmark between this Guyana innings too, they're running between the wickets, especially running the first one, has been very good.
So we're at the start of over number 37. Ramharak, who is in a 7th over, none for 16, will continue from this media centre end. So it's still very good, stunning conditions here at Connery. Sid United and the Dafabet logo on the field. And Sid United is the main sponsor of the Super 50 women's competition. Captain Brittany Cooper asking the fielder down on the boundary to move across to her right at mid-wicket. Now she's now at forward square on the boundary. Lower appeal, taking on the pad, a bit high, as Campbell was coming into the front foot. Ram the rock bowling around the wicket. And probably spinning down as well, a bit high and spinning down the onside. And she's looking to swing into the onside, came off the... Is she out?
Yeah, clean ball, yeah.
She was looking to swing into the onside and she missed it. So it came off the glove and went onto the stumps. You look at it on the monitor. With a short delivery. Came off her thigh pad and bounces back onto the stumps. An unfortunate way for the captain to be dismissed. Bowled off the pad and the important wicket has been dismissed.
Yes, and that is the only way that she looked like she would be dismissed in the way she did got out there. She was trying to hit one through mid-wicket, came off her body and ricocheted onto the stumps. But a very good innings by Campbell, the captain for Guyana, really placing her team in reasonably good position. But the projected total from here on in is 164. But with relatively 2 new batters at the crease now, it would take some overs probably for them to settle it and then get their rhythm going and try to build another partnership. But at the same time, though, if from here on in, if Trinidad and Tobago keep getting wickets, their task can even become more difficult of posting a total that they think would be good enough to defend.
The new batter for Shaneta. Shaneta Guimond is the new batter for the Guyanese, so they lost the very important wicket. The captain just out, bowl off the pad of the bowling of Ramarak, so the important wicket has been dismissed. So the 2 new batters at the middle we now have to restart and try to get another good partnership. So, and for the new batter we still have the fielder at long on, Alexander is still at long off, and there's also a long on, Victor, and probably need to bring the field in closer, put some pressure on the new batters. You should expect from the experience Brittany Cooper that at least she probably would want to bring in the field to keep, because it's not like the batters have been hitting the ball all over the park.
Well,
you don't want to give up the easy singles. On the onside, a low appeal, wide as a signal. Sao thought that he probably got an edge, but the umpire is not going to be thrown off by that.
Well, let's look at the monitor and see. We
Wide
can see if it came off the
wide
edge.
has been signaled, and Brittany Cooper is questioning and looking a bit disappointed with the decision. But the umpire has decided this is a wide, so the total will go on to 120. Really a bit of bounce. Played it around the corner down to back of the square. Where Ramnath is in the way, she feels. 120. They're scoring at 3.29. In over number 37, so 13 overs remaining after this. Just about 12:20 here in St. Kitts. Goes, does single. She moves on to 3 and a total 121. So the over is completed, 121 for 4.
Gary, it always seems strange when 2 new batters are at the crease and you draw it to our viewers' attention whereby fielders are still spread deep on the long on the mid-wicket boundary. 2 new batters at the crease. There's absolutely, in my view, there's absolutely no need for the long off right now with the 2 new batters at the crease and the deep extra cover on the boundary. Probably I can see with the mid-wicket whereby the bowler can pull down one shot, but you need to keep the pressure on the batters.
Kirby, who is back on the field, is that Alex? No, that's Kirby. Kirby is back on the field, so she's bowling from the far end, 121 for 4 wickets in over number 38. Kirby's bowling from that far end. Swung away, down through back of the square, O'Neill has someone in to do, and a bit of a hesitation chance, and she will get back into a crease. And she need to Grimmon there should have been a second run. The communication between the two was very poor, and Grimmon was looking for the second run while Al-Bakhoy was holding the crease. Unfortunately, return was a bit weak, and she got back.
Yeah. Obviously, it was two easy runs in the end, but luckily for them that it didn't cause a run out.
So Kirby will try again from that far end. And she'll be bowling to Bakhoy. She is on 2. So the Guyanese will want to have a partnership. We still have some 12 overs remaining after this. You want to get up to at least another 50, 60 runs if they could get up to that, and probably get up to 175 if possible. Gets it into the down to the offside, down to Ramnot at cover. So there was an important partnership for the third wicket between the captain and the vice captain that has been broken. The captain has also been dismissed and thought that she probably could have been looking for a century. It was a short delivery, and she was looking to hit it as hard as possible. She was looking to swing it into the onside. Probably played a bit too early, came off the pad and went on to the stumps. She was dismissed. So Bakhoy would want to settle and would hope that Grimmon will stick around with her. The over is completed. 122 it is.
Yeah, and with the two relatively new batters at the crease, we've indicated, Gary, that they should be having more of the fielders closer to the wicket just to keep the pressure on, and also too that we'd invite the batters to try to go over the top, and this might just be presenting an opportunity to get another wicket.
So it seems as though that Sugrim has been brought back into the attack from the media center end. So Kirby 1 for 9 from her 5 overs. Sugrim has 6 overs, none for 10, has been brought back into the attack. So it's Shenetta Grimmond is on strike. Ball right up. Came down hard in it and pushed it into the offside. So for the field we have Barak. She is Ramarak at backward point. There's a cover. There's an extra cover in the captain. Long off in Alexander. Stick on the pad. Not outside umpire Williams. And if you can look at it on the monitor to see, there was Grimmond looking to whip it into the onside. Taken on the pad, but would have been spinning past the leg stump. So good decision by Williams, or at best it would have been umpire's call. As Sugrim around the wicket. So it totally remains on 122 for 4 in over number 39. Still very good conditions here at Connery. See the flags fluttering in the breeze. As she's tugging it, we get a single down to Mitchell. So we have not seen Mitchell in the attack, and she opened the bowling in the last game versus Jamaica. So we don't know if we'll see Mitchell coming into the attack. So maybe she's an all-arounder. Mitchell is at long on. So Bakhoy is in strike. She's on 2. And she's bowled. Came down the strip and looking to drive. Missed it. Off stump, right back. And the 5th wicket has been taken. Bakhoy bowled by Sugrim for 2 wickets. So it's for 2. And it's 123 it is for 5. The leg stump, as a matter of fact, right back. And back high ball by Sugrim. So the Guyanese losing another wicket, 123 for 5. Good breakthrough for Sugrim. She's in her 7th over, 1 delivery remaining. And she has now picked up the wicket of Bahoy ball as she was looking to give her the charge. So the new batter for Guyana is coming to the middle. So Guyana losing a 5th wicket, Victor.
Yes, and the timber being rocked back, clean bowl. So, and Gary, even though that there was that outstanding partnership between captain and vice for Guyana right here at the Connery Cricket Centre, Trinidad and Tobago against Guyana, of most valuable 69-run partnership. Still, the current run rate is just the total is 123 for 5. Projected score is 159. So I would say too that Trinidad and Tobago, after breaking the partnership, does even more so curtail the scoring rate by Guyana.
So the new batter is Casey Scholes. She will be facing up to Sugrim. A flighted delivery, and she's playing it confidently back to bring up the end of over number 39. 123 for 5.
Yeah, and Trinidad and Tobago has been getting through their overs quite quickly and in a very valuable time. By our watch, it's almost 12:30 Eastern Caribbean time. So it would appear that there is that high possibility that they should get in this 10 overs. It all depends. But 5 wickets are down, and I think Trinidad and Tobago have played themselves back into the game.
So it's Kirby who will continue from that far end. 11 overs remaining in the innings for the Guyanese. They were inserted after the Red Force won the toss. And they will go through for a single. That's Grimon. Just turn it into the onside. A slow delivery, as most of the deliveries from Kirby have been. So another single to the total. It has gone on to 124 for 5 in the 48th over. And the Red Force winning the toss and inserting Guyana. The Scholes is onto the front foot. So we tell you that Mango made 10. Grimon, Rialina Grimon made 10 as well. Gajnabi made 33. Campbell made 57. Bakhai just out. He was bowled by Sugrim. 124 for 5 wickets in over number 40. And the other 2 matches being played. One is being played at Warner Park, and the other had a late start at St. Paul's. So on the onside, another wide has been signaled. So a number of wides. The wides continue to be being healthy in this match here, as it did in the last game between Jamaica and Trinidad and Tobago. Now the Guyanese, they're playing against the Guyanese team, and a number of wides have been delivered. And Scholes are looking to play it into the offside. No chance of a run, so just the 2 runs, a single and a wide in this over from Leanne Kirby. She's in a 6th over, 1 for 11. Full delivery, and all she could do is just push it back on straight by Scholes. So things have been kept tight by the Red Force after the dismissal of the captain and the vice captain. We have not seen many runs being scored, so things have slowed them quite considerably since the fall of those 2 experienced persons. To the end of the over number 40, completed 125 for 5.
Yeah, and Trinidad and Tobago have kept it economically, really. Outside of the 69 partnership, I think they have held their own, and they would need to obviously keep that going with some 5 wickets still in hand. And really, we are here at the Connery Cricket Center. It's Guyana against Trinidad and Tobago. Earlier this morning, Trinidad and Tobago won the toss and asked Guyana to have first knock. And so far, I think they have done very well in terms of the total, and 5 wickets are now down for Guyana.
So Sogum will continue and she'll be bowling to Barcoy. Oh, that's Grimon actually. So she get a single. Goes on to 126. So with we are in the 41st over with about 9.5 overs remaining. Guyana will be hoping to get up to 150 at least. That I'm sure will give their bowlers something to work with. And Guyana not in a position to pick up a batting point because the scoring rate is well below the 4 required to at least pick up 1 batting point. They are scoring at just over 3 runs per over, which is not going to get them batting point. Then we get a single. The Schultz is driving down to Mitchell. You have not seen Mitchell in the bowling attack, Victor. She opened the bowling against Jamaica. She's a medium pacer, but we have not seen. She has not been given an opportunity to bowl in this inning so far. We still have some 9 overs remaining after this, so we'll wait and see if she will be brought into the attack. That's a flat and faster delivery. So Mitchell has been a spectator in terms of not being able to bowl. Because if you're good enough to open the bowling in one of the games, it means that you should be able to get our bowling in this game. Swung away down towards the back of the square. We get another easy single. 128 for 5.
Yeah, you would expect an opening bowler to really give an opportunity, but it was an obvious plan where Trinidad and Tobago came into this game relying more so on their spin bowlers.
On the onside, another wide. So the bowlers have been been off target. A number of wide deliveries have been bowled. So there's something that they have to try and work on, because if you're going to be going into an international series, into playing international matches, you don't want to be giving away too many wide deliveries. You don't want to give in the opposing side an opportunity to face more than the required number of overs. And goes into the onside. So over has been completed, another over. Quiet over, 129 for 5.
Yes, and really, our scorers, am I correct? Is it 9 wides so far in the innings? We will get it for 13. So I was 3 off. But again, Gary, and you're quite right, high percentage of wides we have seen for the matches that we have been present here at the Connery Cricket Center. And obviously the coaches have some work to do in that particular area.
So we look at the Kirby coming in from that far end. He's been whipped into the onside. That's Guimon. And they only get a single. So Casey Scholes comes into strike at 130. So they'll be looking to get up to 150, 160. Still we are in over number 42, 8 overs remaining. So if they can score 24, 30 runs with the remaining overs, they will get up to 160, but they're hoping to get up to 170. 168 versus Jamaica wasn't enough for the Red Force. But it's a different opposition. And last year they would have defeated Guyana when they played in St. Paul's. So they probably would have that in mind as well. They would dismiss the Guyanese at that time for 56. They would have made 132. That's the Red Force. They would have batted first in that game in St. Paul's. This time around they won the toss and decided to insert the Guyanese. Full delivery in the air, just out of the reach of the tall Brittany Cooper, and they're going to look to come back for the second run. They will get it as the return is a bit wayward. So 2 more, and delivery was played in the air, and Captain Cooper at straightish middle was jumping and stretching, but couldn't get to it, and they were able to get 2 runs.
Yeah, and the two batters were right too. The ball being played into the deep mid-wicket area. They ran the first one quickly, and they got the second one quite easily in the end.
Kirby will continue from that far end. So the Guyanese would want to score as many runs as possible in the dying stages of this, the first half of this 4-run encounter here at Connery. 1 delivery remaining in over number 42. Red Force won the toss and inserted the Guyanese. Full delivery driven. Thinking about the single, looking for the single. And the Shoals had to go back into a crease. So the over is completed. Another over. 132 for 5.
Yeah, and that has been a good spell so far by Kirby from that preschool end, the far end of the ground here from the media center end where we are giving our deliberations. Alexander has been good in the field for Trinidad and Tobago throughout the series. In the deep, she has made some good saves and very powerful throwing arm back into the wicket-keeper or the bowler's end. But these two, it will be good if they can at least bat out the overs, and while they are there, because they are out there in the middle, to really accelerate the scoring rate, because 132, I think they might feel a lot much more comfortable if they can get to 170, 175.
So Ramarok will continue. We get the thought about the single. The delivery spinning around the onside. And let's play down towards back of the square. No chance of a run. So we're in over number 43. The Red Force won the toss and inserted Guyana. And still, what has been a good batting strip. I think they're using a different pitch. Victor than what was used in the last game. And she's bowled, looking to heave it into the onside. Missed it, played a bit too early, missed it and bowled. The 6th wicket has been dismissed. And Guyana losing another wicket.
Yeah, and a good slow delivery, taking pace off of it as the batter went into the stroke earlier, so she induced the false stroke. And another wicket going down for Guyana, so the 6th wicket falling, 132 for 6.
So she made 6.
Yes, and
From
Trinidad
20.
and Tobago playing themselves back nicely into the game after they won the toss this morning here at the Connery Cricket Centre. Asked Guyana to have first stock. Guyana finds themselves now at
15.
132 for 6, 42.2 projected score, going at 3.12 and 186. Gary, can they get anywhere close? 186? Well, a lot of legal deliveries still to be bowled, and we have seen a high percentage of wides, which has contributed to some 13 wides in this innings. So overall, all the teams that played here at the Connery Cricket Centre, they will have to work on that aspect of their play in terms of curtailing the wides. And you said it right, Gary, that when you go on to the international scene, if you can be less likely giving those contributions, then you're doing a better job.
So Ashmini Monisa, she's the new batter. So Ramarak picking up another wicket. Ramharak, 2 for 18. She's in her 8th over. So the guy is losing away after the experienced Campbell was dismissed. That was a good partnership between the vice captain and the captain of some 69 runs from 18 overs. They were scoring at just under 4 runs per over, but since that partnership has been broken, we have seen few wickets fell. The 4th wicket fell when the score was 119, then 123 for the 5th, and then the 6th wicket just going down, 132. So we're forced to want to continue to pick up wickets if they can dismiss them before the 50 overs. And so the Guyanese would want to bat out the remaining 7 overs, 7.1 overs. Flighted. And we get a single eventually. The bowler was diving to her left. Fielder captain coming across Mexico cover diving to her right. Neither of them could stop it. And it went past them to bring up the end of over number 43, 133 for 6.
Yeah, earlier I indicated, Gary, about after partnership most of the times, but I said then that not necessarily in this situation, but it has occurred though that after the partnership between captain and vice of 69, that wickets just keep falling for Guyana. So Trinidad and Tobago have played themselves nicely back into the game, Gary.
So we see whether Kirby will continue from that far end. She'll be bowling over number 44. So the projector score is 155. So it's Morissa is facing up to Kirby. Kirby is in her 8 over, 1 for 14. So they would have won the toss and decided to bat. Or decided to insert the Guyana team. So we tell you the Leewards 228 for 4. So Leewards picking up a batting point, Victor.
Yeah, and that's very good. Many congratulations to the Leeward Islands.
Yeah, in over number 46.
Yeah, that's very good.
So we'll have to see who made the runs.
Well, it's going to be interesting.
Full delivery, swung away, down through back of the square between the two fielders for 4. Full delivery. And Monisa helped it through back of the square between mid-wicket and back of the square and down towards the boundary for 4.
Yeah, good placing indeed. Good timing. It was a full toss though, but she used the opportunity well and bisected a fielder who is on the square leg boundary and one on the deep mid-wicket boundary. So it's going to be interesting to hear who got good scores there for the Leeward Islands.
And
Gary will
St.
give us
Paul's,
that.
Jamaica versus Windwards. Windwards 60 for 3 in 16.4 overs.
Interesting. Yes.
137 is here for 6. We're in over number 44. So Guyana, we're hoping that these two batters can continue to bat. Hector made 56. Saxena made 51. Edwards is not out on 48. That's for the Leewards. And Josiah Claxton is also not out on 28. So the vice captain is in the middle. As Monisawa was looking to play a delivery square the wicket to bump the end over number 44, 137 for 6.
Yeah, Gary, and I was mentioning earlier to you that the Leeward Islands in this particular game, they are doing far better than their previous games. As the tournament and the matches they keep on playing, you can see now the players coming more into their own. So that will signal to us that the Leeward Islands did not have appropriate and proper preparation coming into this series, whereby there was not an inter-island Leeward Islands tournament.
All right, so some batters getting runs for the Leewards, 1 wicket each for the Barbados bowlers. Connell got 1, Gardner 1, Elliott 1, Dean also 1, and we get a single. That's a Scholes. Scholes will get a single. So with that single, total has gone on to 138. So preparation is important, and also
Indeed.
and also getting match preparation, just not just practicing at afternoons for a few hours, but actually match simulations is also important. And the Leewards would want to, the management of Leewards or the authorities in Leewards want to ensure that you have more cricket being played, whether it's at the men's level or women's. So we're here at Connery over number 45, so 5 overs remaining after this. 138. Their projected score is 156. Full delivery. And there was the batter looking to force it. That's Monisa. Maybe she disappointed that she would have missed out, because if I gotten through the offside, certainly would have been 4.
Yeah, she missed out big time there, Gary. It was a full toss and it was wide. So it was all in her half, but she just missed it and definitely missed out on a 4.
So Sugrim, who has been brought back into the attack in her 9th over, 1 for 16. They want to pick up another wicket or 2 here to prevent the Guyanese from reaching to 150 maybe. But they are 6 wickets down, and you have 5 overs remaining after this, so 36, 38 legal deliveries. If you can score 20 plus 30, that's 160 runs. Red Force, on the other hand, would want to prevent that from happening, because the Red Force, when they made 186, 85 versus Jamaica, that wasn't enough. So they would have to make in excess of 130 if they are to win the first game in this Sydney United 2024 Super 50 Women's Cricket. On the leg stump, she also missed out another full delivery, and she missed out again, Victor.
Yeah, and really at this particular moment of the innings for Guyana, you can't be missing out. That's the batters on the full pitch deliveries, especially off of the slow bowlers or any bowler in particular, but more so the spin bowlers who are in attack. So with some 4 wickets in hand, runs on the board is 138 for 6. Would this be enough? We cannot be too certain. We'll have to wait and see how much more runs that Guyana can get. But there's also going to be a bowling change from the far end, the preschool end here at the Connery Cricket Centre. And I think Trinidad has come back into the game strongly after the partnership of 69 between captain and vice.
So Ramarak will be coming into the attack from the far end. She has 8 overs, 2 for 19. So the captain swinging the bowlers around. Sugrim came from the far end. Now she bowling from the media center end. Ramarak has been bowling from this end. Now she's coming from that far end. So we're looking to pick up another wicket or 2. And so we're looking to get some more runs for Guyana. And at this point, they're looking to get up to at least 150, 155, 160. She will get a single as she played it down to long on after coming on the pitch to Ramarak for a single. 139 for 6 in over number 46. So there's 4 overs remaining after this. And the Guyanese will want to increase the scoring rate. So we get another single. This time is Monisa down to Sugrim at long off. 140 in over number 46. Ramarak is bowling on 9th over, 2 for 21. So the Red Force won the toss and inserting the Guyanese team. Then we get another single. Maybe they would have inserted the Guyanese because they're playing on a new strip, Victor? Or
Well, I don't think it would have made much difference, Gary, but at the same time, though, Trinidad and Tobago at this particular moment has played themselves nicely back into the game. Would that runs be enough, Gary, in your view?
141 for 6. And you never know. Runs on the board, it says always is runs on the board. The batters will have to go there and get it. If you can put pressure on the batters to get early wickets, you never know. Anything is possible. But on the other hand, if you get a good start, then could be an easy target. And so a delivery push back on the strip to bring up the end of the over. And at the end of it, 141 for 6, 4 overs remaining.
Yeah, and as you told our viewers earlier, Gary, about Trinidad and Tobago not winning a match in this particular CG United Insurance major sponsors Women Regional Series, Matches being played at St. Paul's Recreation Ground, at Warner Park, and right here at the Connery Cricket Centre. But the Leeward Islands making their best response or best performance so far in this particular tournament by at least getting some points by getting over the 200 run mark. But we are here at Connery.
So another single to the total. So going bowling to Grimon or Scholes, sorry. So another single. A single to Scholes takes the total on to 142 for 16 over number 47. And so Grim is in her last over, 1 for 17. So the Guyanese would want to increase the scoring rate with the last few wickets. They need to get up to what is 160. There are 4 fielders in the offside. And there was Monisar just pushing it into the offside. I thought about the big shot and had to check it. She checked it and pushed it into the offside. So the Red Force maybe would have hoped that they could have dismissed the Guyanese for a smaller total. That wasn't to be. And they get it into the offside. Will get at least 2 as Alexander has some running to do. Will she pull it back? I don't think so. It has gone for 4. Good shot. Ball pitched up and Monisa drove it through extra cover for 4.
Yes, and her placement was nice. She bisected extra cover and cover. And even though Alexander, who is on the wide line of boundary, tried valiantly, but not valiantly enough to pull it in. So another and most useful boundary for Guyana at this particular moment, advancing their total now onto 146 with a loss of 6 wickets. So ever getting close to the 150. But as you quite rightly said, Gary, runs on the board is already established. Trinidad and Tobago still looking for their first victory.
Important boundary struck by Monisa, so she's on 10. She move on to 10 with that shot, 10 from 22. Shows she's on 7. A partnership of 14. Shows will go around the wicket. Didn't time it, plays it down to extra cover. Over is completed, so 3 overs remaining, 18 balls, Victor 20 runs should be the minimum number of runs they'll be looking for, Victor.
Well, and also too, Gary, with 4 wickets in hand, they definitely have to get more aggressive. Good shot selection too with the aggression, and try to see if they can even get up to the 170 run mark. But Kirby is gonna be reintroduced from that far end, well, the preschool end here at the Connery Cricket Centre. But as you quite rightly said, Gary, runs on the board is runs on the board. And in a timely manner too, I think Trinidad and Tobago bowlers right and power of getting through their 50 overs before the cut-off time.
So Kirby will continue from that far end. So lunchtime, the cut-off point is 110 or 120 scorers. So 110.
Yeah, I
So
think.
about 15 minutes to go.
Yeah, they are
3 overs remaining. Kirby is bowling from that far end. In the air, caught at extra cover. So Scholes has been dismissed. Caught at extra cover by, is that Mitchell? Looks
It
like
looks
Mitchell
so.
at extra cover. So Scholes going for 7. The 7th wicket going down 146.
Well, a good wicket to get at this particular time at the overs. We're into the 48 over. So from a Trinidad and Tobago point of view, that's a good wicket to have taken. It will introduce a new batter to the crease, which really the intention should really try to be, from Guyana point of view, to try to see how many more runs they can get. To feel competitive enough that they can go out there and defend it. Well, Trinidad and Tobago, on the other hand, They are still searching for their first victory in this tournament. Guyana has had two, and now into the 48 over. So I think
21,
they'll
number
go ahead.
Retimaya. Sienna Retimaya is the new batter for the Guyanese. So that's what they were trying to do. Victor trying to push the score, but he played it in the air straight down to Mitchell at extra cover. So Retimaya is the new batter for the Guyanese team.
And this is a good spell by Kirby.
Delivery where she fell in the process. That's Kirby. She goes down. She's still on the ground, so let us hope that she's okay. She might have twisted her ankle
Well, let
as
us
she
hope
went
now.
down. But she seems to be fine. It might have just landed awkwardly.
Yeah, just
So-
lost her foot in there.
So we're in over number 48. So another wicket for Kirby. So she's now 2 for 18.
From
146 for 7. She's in her 9th over. Projected score is 154. And the new batter is Retimaya, looking to clear the field at mid-off, but dropping in front of her. So we're in over number 48, so 2 overs remaining. 146 for 7 Guyana. After being inserted by the Red Force, the ball keeping a bit low. She had to hurry defensive shot to just keep it out of her stumps. So Campbell made 52 from 81 and Ghaznavi made 33 from 58. They put on a partnership for the third wicket of some 69 runs in 18 overs. Off the outer edge will go close to the boundary, and it is being chased, and they should pull it back. That's Harry Charan. So 2 more to the total, takes it down to 148. 148 to bring up the end of over number 48.
Yeah, and Trinidad and Tobago, they have really curtailed the strike rate very good. And apart from the exceptional good partnership between captain and vice for Guyana here against Trinidad and Tobago at the Connery Cricket Centre, they have done well. They have gotten through the overs in a speedily condition, and obviously because they opened with spinners and they did bowl for an extensive period of time. And even though Kobe is medium pace, she's not taking a long run, so her overs too has been on a timely basis.
Ramharak 2 for 22 from a 9 overs will be bowling her last over from this the media center end, and obviously maybe Kirby will complete, so we'll not see, based on how things are going, we will not see the introduction of Mitchell into the attack. So maybe in this game she's playing as a batter. And first delivery pushed down by Monisa as if she has all the to bat, just pushed it back on the offside of the pitch. No intent to go after the bowling to get some more runs for Guyana. This time she's sweeping. We get a single. That's Joseph down at back of the square, forward square. Ginawa Joseph, single to the total 149 in over number 49. Ramharak is in the last over, 2 for 23.
Yeah, middle and leg.
And Retimaya
Right arm coming over to your 45.
has come into strike. She's on 2. The projected score is 154. In the air. Catch a drop by O'Neill coming in from extra cover. Couldn't take the catch, a simple catch, but it was floored by O'Neill coming in from extra cover. So a chance going down, Victor.
Well, everything was in her behalf too. The ball was just in an appropriate height, just chest height, but she was moving in quite quickly. But anytime you get both hands to the ball, you should really be taking the catch. So definitely that has been a chance.
So 150 coming up, taken on the pad. A loud appeal given out eventually.
Well, we'll have a look at the
So
monitor.
Manisar has been out, given out LBW. Okay, she looked to be in front, Victor. Looked to be a good decision by the umpire.
Yes, indeed. And from looking at it on the monitor, it looked like it definitely pitched between wicket and wicket. And what was also instrumental in giving that leg before, yeah, she was playing across the line of the ball, but it's good when we have the monitor right here in the booth and we saw that it did pitch between wicket and wicket. So good decision by the umpire. But a very good comeback, Gary, overall by Trinidad and Tobago after the very valuable partnership between captain and vice.
So eight wicket going down. Ramarak picking up a third. So Ramarak in the last game against Jamaica got 1 for 24. So now she has picked up 3 for 24. She is in her final over. 2 deliveries remaining. And the new batter for the Guyanese is Latchman.
That's a very big name in cricket. Hope she can live up to it at this particular time by hitting some 4s and 6s, which Guyana would really need now, Gary.
She will get a single. So with that single, total goes on to 151. So Latchman is off the mark. And Retty Maya will come in to face the final delivery of the over from Ramharak. And her final delivery of her spell, 9.5 overs, 3 for 25. Good bowling by Ramharak. She's tugging it into the onside. That's Retty Maya. So another single to bring up over number 49. 1 to go. 152 for 8.
Yeah. Ramahak, she has really bowled well, getting 3 wickets and really not going expensive. Her variations, her flight, she pushed it through. She got the ball to go across the right-handers in particular. And overall, she had a good line and length consistently. So her captain will be pleased with her performance. And now coming up will be the final of the 50 over of this first segment of this encounter between Guyana and Trinidad and Tobago. Trinidad and Tobago this morning won the toss and decided that Guyana should have first now.
So it seems that Sugum has been brought into the attack from the far end, but our scores are indicating that she would have completed her spell. So Kirby might have to...
Yes, we're going to have...
So we'll wait to see who will bowl the final over. So Sugum has completed her spell based on our scorers. And the projected score is 155. So Kirby, as I predicted, would bowl her final over from the far end, from the preschool end. So Kirby will have the opportunity to get another wicket, maybe 2.
And her spell has been very good from that particular end, Kirby. She has also done the job which her captain was expecting of her, and she's going to have the final of the 50.
So 152 for 8. Another single. As it was pulled into the onside by Retty Maya. So with that single, total goes on to 153. So there's 5 deliveries remaining in the innings of the Guyanese after they were inserted by the Red Force captain Brittany Cooper. Playing it in the air. They have gone through slowly for the first one, not thinking about the second. So
I wonder why.
2 balls, 2 runs, so 2 more to the total, 154. 4 deliveries remaining in the over, the final over of this, the first half of this encounter. 4-1 encounter being played here at Connery between the Red Force and Guyana. Red Force winning the toss. Inserting the Guyanese. The delivery was looking to swing into the onside. The keeper didn't collect. So 3 deliveries remaining in the over. So the projected score is 156. They are 154 with 3 balls remaining. 3 fours will take you up to 166. He's looking to swing into the onside. Comes off the pad. So not making use of those final few deliveries, just 2 runs. The over from Kirby. First 2 balls were singles. Now the 2 other deliveries, no runs were scored. Down the ship looking to swing, misses, not taken by the keeper. Could have been a chance for stumping, but it was
We look at it now.
keeper was struck on the thumb maybe. As the batter was looking to
Oh yeah.
get some runs, he missed it. The keeper didn't collect it cleanly. So 1 delivery remaining in over number 50. On this leg stump, clipping it down towards Alexander. Goes for the first one, should be looking for the second. And they will get it eventually. So 2 runs to complete the inning. So the Guyanese end on 156 after 50 overs, 156 for 8. Campbell made 52. Gajnabi 33. 3 wickets for 26 to Ramahak. Kirby 2 for 24. Sugrim 1 for 21. So that's it. The first half has been completed, and the Red Force would have to score 157 to win after lunch.
Good afternoon and welcome back here at the Connery Cricket Centre. We are ready for the second leg of this segment of CG 50 overs tournament, and Trinidad and Tobago starting their innings. First delivery down the leg side, it would be signal another wide, so the wides continues in this tournament. So one more, or the first run for Trinidad goes to the total by a wide. So they are chasing, Trinidad and Tobago chasing 156, which Guyana scored. And one play down to third man. More runs for Trinidad and Tobago. They run one. They're going to come back for the second one quite easily in the end. So it is 3 without loss. Trinidad and Tobago chasing 156, which was scored by Guyana when they batted first. So here we are with the second segment of play. And one outside the off stump being hammered out to cover. They run for another one, so it is 4 without loss. We are into over number 1 in response to the 156 for 8, which was scored by Guyana, Trinidad and Tobago. In this, their first over of this second segment right after lunch, they are 4 without loss. So, Ramnarat opening along with Joseph, and here is a delivery bowled, and actually that played quietly on the offside, no run. So Trinidad and Tobago responding in this the first over. They are 4 without loss and played up to short extra cover. There is no run. So Trinidad and Tobago chasing 156 for 8. As I say, welcome back to Gary Pemberton after lunch and interval.
So good afternoon to you, Victor. Good afternoon to listeners. So the Red Force would have to make 157 if they are to win this encounter. So we're in the first over. Millington is bowling from the far end. So the Red Force would have opened with Joseph and Ramnath. So over number 1 has been completed. Jinaba Joseph, she's on 3, and Ramnath, she's not yet off the mark. Top score of 52 coming from Campbell. Gajnabi made 33, and Ramarak got 2 for 26. Kirby 2 for 24. So the Red Force 157 if they are to get their first win in 2024.
Well, and they're off to a good start. First over just has been completed. The second one is going to commence right here from the media centre and right here at the Connery Cricket Sporting Centre. Brilliant sunshine, lovely day for cricket. And we would hope all the other matches will maintain, as we had a late start in St. Paul's, but the action is right here at Connery.
So Ghaznavi has given the responsibility of opening the attack, and she's the vice captain. So she's bowling from this media centre end. So Ghaznavi, when she batted at number 3 for Guyana, she made 33 from 58. And she put on a good partnership with her captain, Campbell. Campbell made 52 from 81. So Guyana will be looking to restrict the Red Force. Campbell is the keeper and captain, so they will want to continue in terms of winning another match in the 2024 CG United Women's Competition Super 50. So Joseph will want to play a long innings for the Red Force team. So they require another 153 from 291 balls.
And just taking that equation from 291 balls, you would like to believe that there is no need for any undue risk.
So you have enough time, more enough time to make the runs. And if you can make it quickly, you can pick up a batting point. If you can make the 157 in 4 runs per over, or in excess of 4.4 runs per over, you can pick up 2 batting points. But I'm sure the first order of business for the Red Force to try and get up to 157, where they takes them where they take them the 50 overs, or they make it in less than that. But the thing they want to do is just win this encounter, and then everything else should fall in place. Guyana would want to prevent that. We're in over number 2. It's played down to back of the point to bring up the end of a maiden over from Ghaznavi. And the Red Force need to score 157. They are 4 without loss.
Yeah, Ghaznavi, good over, good first over for Guyana, bowling from this media centre end. And what was also good about it too, that the wicketkeeper was standing up for the medium pace, so that gave the batter some suggestions that you can't leave your crease easily, because that also adds pressure on the footworks of the batters too. But over number 2 is just about ready to be bowled.
So it's Millington will continue from that far end. And we saw the Red Force team opening with spinners. Guyana, they are opening with a spinner from the far end and a medium pacer from this media centre end. Millington is bowling a second over. And Ramnath will want to get amongst the runs. She made 29 against Jamaica and 28 in her previous game against the Windies, so she wants to do better than that this time around. And I'm sure she wants to ensure that the Red Force can win the first game in this the 4th round encounter here at the Connery Sporting Complex. She has faced some 7 deliveries and she's not yet off the mark. There's a slip, there's a backward point. There's a extra cover and the mid-off. Millington is keeping things quiet. The first 4 deliveries of our second over. The runs have been scored, 4 without loss. Good sunny conditions here at Connery. There is the batter Ramnath. He was driving, peeling off the outer portion of the bat, went down to the offside where Shanita Grimon is in the way. So there's a slip. Shanita Grimon will come into action once more to bring up the end of a maiden over. So 2 consecutive maidens, 4 without loss, the Red Force.
Yes, nice control over, good line and length. But Ramnath instantly and right away, she's not afraid to use her feet to the spinner, but not successful in conceding or adding any further runs to their total. So this is going to be very interesting. Trinidad and Tobago have not won a game in this series as of yet. Well, here are they. Have a very good opportunity, but Guyana will think otherwise.
So Ghaznavi will continue from the media centre end. Joseph solidly in behind it. She has faced some 9 deliveries. Joseph too would want to get amongst the runs for the Red Force. And she made a 9 against the Windies. And wide was signaled by the umpire. Umpire Williams at the media centre end. And against Jamaica, she only got to 1. So Joseph will want to make some runs as well for the Red Force to ensure that Red Force can get up to 357. Another wide delivery.
Oh my.
And Williams outstretched arms once more. So the umpires have been getting lots of exercises, Victor, in this
like that,
last
yeah.
2 games.
That is in the right perspective, stretching out their arms quite consistently for wides.
So we have some 6 fielders on the offside, 3 on the on. All the fielders are inside, well, except for 2 inside the circle. There's a 3rd man, and there's also a long leg, but you have the mid on and mid off trying to prevent the batters from getting any easy single. And goes down to Grimon, and she kept it in front of her to prevent any possibility of a run. So Ghaznavi is bowling to the offside field, a tightly packed offside field, Victor.
Yeah, and really, the fielder too getting the second line of defense into play, which was very good.
Things have been kept tight, apart from the two wide deliveries from Ghaznavi. She has been able to keep Joseph quiet. Joseph has faced some 12 balls for her 3 runs. But she'll be mindful of the fact that the target is 157. And that the Trinidad and Tobago team would want to be winning the first game in the City United Super 50 competition here in 2024. The previous matches they have not been able to win. So just have one delivery remaining in the fourth over being bowled by Ghaznavi from the media center end. And it's playing it down to mid-on to from the end of another over. 6 without loss, Red Force.
Yeah, apart from the wides, Guy Nabi has been spot on, good line and length. Well, what is good too about the Guyana fielders for now, and very early, when every over has been completed, they're actually running to the various fielding positions, which shows that they are desperately showing signs that they're going to defend the 156, which they are very right in doing so. But as Gary have said, Trinidad and Tobago looking for the first victory. They know how important it is for them to bat well if they're going to achieve that.
So Millington will continue from the far end. So we tell you from the 3 matches, the Guyana team, they have 9 points. They have won 2 matches, lost 1. They have gotten 1 batting point. So they are on 9. And the Jamaica women, they are on 18 from the 2 matches, 6 bonus points. And the Windwards got 2 bonus points there and 10. The Windwards, so you get it fine, and we get a single. We'll wait to see if there's any signal from umpire hold at the far end. Leg by has been signaled, so 1 more to the total. It's going on to 7. 7 without loss in over number 5. And the Leewards at the bottom of the table along with Trinidad and Tobago. Neither team have scored in terms of points, but the Leewards have picked up a point, a batting point chance. Runner goes on to the far end, stumps are broken. She should be given out. Yes, she is. So there was the batter. Joseph was looking to get down to the far end. The return came in, the stumps broken, and the Red Force have lost another wicket, where they have lost the first wicket by the run-out rule, and this is not the first time we're seeing the Red Force batters being run out.
Yeah, and they have shown signs in previous matches, that's Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, that their communication has not been proper and appropriate. And there we have seen whereby both batters were in hesitation, and when it was finally decided that they were going through for the single, the throw was direct and it broke the stump, so the first wicket going down. But it also signals too that once those fielders who are within the 30-yard circle keeps the pressure on the batters, and that was one of the reasons too for the result. But here, good feeling, good throwing. So Trinidad and Tobago losing an early wicket, and
Barcoy.
Cooper, it seems like the umpires now signaling to Garcia that asking how many more deliveries to be bowled, to be certain. But Brittany Cooper is going to the crease, and in a situation where she knows she has a major responsibility to try and build a partnership, Gary.
She's the captain. She would want to play a captain's knock. Another wicket being lost by Red Force by the run-out route for the season. This is not the first time. And Ramnath, I'm sure the one to focus. And Joseph was run out. She's coming on the strip and driving, but goes down to mid-off to bring up the end of another tight over by the Guyana team. 7 for 1 after 5.
Well, yes, and it is added pressure on the batters. that within the 30-yard circle that the field has been tight, and so far Guyana has been tight, and that has caused the downfall of the first wicket. But throughout the matches that we have seen Trinidad and Tobago, Gary, we know and we have seen that the communication, that's again an area would be of concern to the coach of how the calling has been, and it has not been consistent, and it has caused a few run-outs so far in this tournament for Trinidad and Tobago.
Ghaznavi will continue from that far end. We're bowling to the media center end. We're bowling to the captain, Brittany Cooper. In the game versus the Windwards, the two batters were run out. Ramnath was run out for 28, and Pascal was also run out. She made 7. And now we're seeing Joseph being run out. And she's bowled. Brittany Cooper leaving alone a delivery which came across her, and she has been bowled, leaving alone on the off stump, Victor.
Well, she just did not read that one, Cooper, and really enjoyment now for the Guyanese out there in the middle. A very important and valuable wicket, so more pressure onto Trinidad and Tobago, losing their captain. Brittany clean bowl and comprehensively bowled. She was deceived. She did not pick up or judge the line, or she misjudged the line of the delivery, and it had the off stump wrap back. So wicket number 2 going down for Trinidad and Tobago. 7 runs on the board. Deep trouble for Trinidad and Tobago.
So Trinidad and Tobago losing the second wicket. The captain, and Sao is the new batter for Trinidad. So they're in a lot of trouble here at Connery. 7 for 2, and the experienced Brittany Cooper just bowl, leaving alone the delivery in the off stump.
Well, and that's one of the things that coaches or usually say to batters, especially our batsmen, but in this format is the ladies, so the batter, that you must be certain where your off stump is. And obviously, that was a sign that Brittany Cooper was not certain where her off stump was at that particular moment. Probably she did not move across further to the off stump. Otherwise, she would have had a better scenario as to whether it was pitch wicket and wicket. It was really pitched on the off stump, and another valuable wicket for Guyana. So Guyana right on top of things right away in this first opening overs. What would happen furthermore in this over?
So Ghaznavi is a West Indian player, and 2. They will get a single, or at least will get at least 2 runs as the fielding is completed down on the boundary. And somebody seemed to have fell to the ground, might have twisted her ankle.
It looked like number 14.
The fielding was completed by Williana Guimond. So 2 more runs to the total. So it has gone on to 9. The fielder was coming onto the field, but she indicated that she's okay. So that is Monisa, Ashmini Monisa. Seems to be okay.
Yeah, she just lost her footing momentarily, but it's good that she is back on her feet and she's okay. But they will have to keep that maintenance of tightness within that 30-yard circle and just continue to create the pressure here on the Trinidad and Tobago batters.
So the target is 157 from 50 overs. And it is Sao who is onto the back foot. So she would want to play a good innings, a good partnership. You need to get good partnership. We saw one good partnership for the Guyana team of 69. One was enough to get them up to 156. Trinidad would need to get 1 or 2 partnerships if they have to get up to the 157. In the game versus Jamaica, they would have lost some early wickets, and then coming down to the end, Kirby had a quick fire 48. He had 4 4s and 2 6s. Outside of that, no other batter would have gotten any runs apart from Ramnath, who would have gotten to 29, straight down the ground, and bisecting the mid-on and mid-off, and they will get 2 runs. Somebody's looking for the third. They're going to come back as the return comes into the bowler end. So 2 more to the total. 2 more to the total to bring up the end of over number 6. 11 for 2. Red Force in trouble.
Yeah, and if they are in big trouble, and if they were running the first one quickly, I thought for how close it got to the boundary, they could have had three, but that wasn't the case. And there again, almost mixing up in their communication, going forward, hesitating, and then finally hesitating, but safely on that occasion. So Trinidad and Tobago will have to get that communication aspect right in this particular innings if they're going to overhaul 156.
So Middleton is continuing from the far end. So they have to get the communication right. They have to stay in the middle. They have to make runs if they are to
Yeah.
get up to the 157. Millington is in a fourth over. Already bowled some 17 dot balls, and that has been a concern for West Indies cricket. Number of dot balls that our players face. And he's looking to force into the offside. A loud appeal, confident appeal. But umpire is on move, holder. And the captain Campbell seemed to be very disappointed that he didn't get that going in the affirmative outside the off stump.
Well,
Looking to force into the offside, a strong appeal.
Yeah.
But the umpire is in the best positions. He said not out, and the play will have to continue.
Well, and it is very, in fairness to the standing umpires too, it is very difficult to pick up an edge, especially if it's a faint edge. But the wicketkeeper was confident, the first slip was confident, but the umpire holder said not out.
A similar shot, it was onto the back foot. So you have a slip in Mango. We have the backward point in Kezia Shoals. Then we have cover, extra cover, and the mid off the outer portion of the bat. We get a single down to third man. So another single to the total. So Shoals is the fielder. With a single, it has gone on to 12 for 2 in over number 7. They're currently scoring at 3.25 runs per over. So the Red Force would want to get a good partnership. Sao has not really gotten amongst the runs for the season, but want to make some runs in this game. And that would help the Red Force to get close to the 157 that they need to make. So Sao versus Jamaica only got to 8. So she will want to do better. So over number 7 has been completed, 12 for 2, the Red Force.
Yeah, and Gary, what causes the miscommunication at times? If you're saying yes, it should always be yes. If you're saying no, it is no. And that aspect means a lot. But what is good here now for Guyana, as it is, that they are not dispersing feelers and getting too defensive too early after getting 2 early wickets, keeping the pressure on Trinidad and Tobago.
Ghaznabi will continue. On the off stump, they will get 2 runs as it goes down towards the backward point area. The fielder had to run all the way from third man across to backward point, and they would have gotten 2 runs. Looks like Latchman down on the third man boundary.
In chasing this total too, they can't avoid too many dot balls in this innings. They have to really try and exchange the strike consistently. If they're not getting the boundaries, get the 1s and the 2s. Why not play with some soft hands at times?
Good delivery by Ghaznabi, right up. But Ramnath is to the measure of it and pushed it into the offside. So the fielders on the offside, they are inside the circle, preventing any possibility of an easy single. And Ghaznabi has been able to keep that off-stump line. He's using a 4th over. Just keeping things tight. 1 for 8, 3.3 overs. So when the Guyanese team batted, Campbell top scored 52. And Ghaznabi herself made 33. And then you have 3 wickets went to Ramharak. And then 2 wickets went to Kirby. 2 for 24. So Ghaznabi continuing to keep things tight here at Connery. And she has picked up the all-important wicket of the captain of the Red Force team, Whitney Cooper, who totally misjudged the delivery and was bowled. So these two will have to rebuild the inning. The target is 157. One delivery remaining in over number 8, 14 for 2. So she's playing it down toward the wide third man area to bring up the end of over number 8, 15 for 2, the Red Force.
Yeah, and Guyana keeping things tighty on the Red Force, but the Red Force will definitely need a partnership between these two if they are to place themselves in a solid position, or even try now. They will have to try to get their first victory in this tournament, which is going to be a challenge. We can see right away because the Guyana bowlers, they have struck a very good line and length, and 2 wickets going down already with the total just on 15.
So Millington will continue from that far end. Ramnath, who opened the batting, has faced 25 balls and she is on 4. Sawa's only faced 6 balls. She's already on 4. So her strike rate is good. That's a star. So delivery is played into the offside. They have cause for 2. The 2 runs, 2 more runs, or 2 runs will be added to the total. Takes it on to 17. As Ramnath came down the pitch and drove it over cover for 2. 17 in over number 9. So Ramnath will want to play a long innings. She'll already face some 28 balls, so she should be seeing the ball good. Down the pitch and drive in over extra cover. We'll get at least 2 runs, or they're thinking about the second run, but they changes their mind as the return came in quickly from deep extra cover. Good strong return. So it's a good thing that they didn't go back for the second run. You could have seen another run out. So Millington will continue. So we're in over number 9, 1 delivery remaining. The target is 157. And the Red Force have lost 2 wickets already, 18 for 2. On the off stump, taken by the keeper, over completed, 18 for 2.
Yeah, and tight bowling here by Guyana, really keeping the pressure on Trinidad and Tobago. And these two would know that for Trinidad and Tobago, that is the batters, that they have to try and put a partnership together. But on the other hand, if Guyana keep getting wickets, it's going to be a greater challenge for Trinidad and Tobago to get to the 157 for victory.
So Gajnabi will continue. She has been doing an excellent job for the team, for her team so far. And Ramnath is playing from the inner portion of the bat, back down the strip to the bowler Gajnabi.
Yes, and she has been very tight.
She is in her 5th over. She has picked up an important wicket, 18 for 2. They are currently scoring at 1.96 runs over. So Ghaznavi in good sunshine. Thinking about the single, that's Ramnath, but the fielders are close on the offside, so no chance of a single. They don't want to have another run out.
Well, quite steady going along these two. They will have to redeem Trinidad and Tobago's innings by trying to compile a partnership.
Another delivery on the stumps, but the batter Ramnath defended well, prevented any possibility of a run. So guys, Darby is in her 5th over, and she has picked up an early wicket. Good looking push by Ramnath. It goes down to mid-off, down to Williana Guimond, and there is no chance of run. So 18 for 2. The Red Force team, they inserted Guyana. Guyana made 156, and the over is completed over number 10, 18 for 2.
Yes, and another tight and economical over. Both batters now having their conversation mid-pitch, discussing an interesting situation that they have found on hand. Still searching for the first victory in this series. First power play being signaled by umpire Ayana Holder of Barbados. The other umpire is Jacqueline Williams of Jamaica. Match referee Shane Jeffers of St. Kitts.
So Middleton will continue from that far end and is looking to drive. So right over number 11. As Middleton comes up from the far end. Big heave by Sao, got it down to fine leg. They have course for a single. And the fielding is completed by Naomi Barcoy running down towards the fine leg area. One more to the total. It's gone on to 19. Target is 157. The Red Force have already lost 2 wickets. Joseph run out for 3. Cooper bowl for naught over long leg, and it gets into the boundary for 4. So welcome boundary to the Red Force team. A delivery which was on the center leg stump, and they ran that inside of it and played it over long leg for 4.
Yeah, and the real first loose delivery from Millington from that Saturday. Apart from that delivery, she was bowling quite economically and got strained down the leg side a bit, and it was helped into the long leg boundary for 4. So 4 well earned runs by Trinidad and Tobago.
So Middleton will continue from that far end. So I'm not like she's intent on playing a long innings for the Red Force team, and that will certainly be needed. So Middleton will continue from that far end. So Ramnath has faced 38 balls. He's on 11. And the score is 23 for 2. Middleton is in her 6th over, none for 13. So Ramnath is driving down to extra cover to be at the end of an over, and we saw some 5 runs coming, 23 for 2.
Yeah, and Ramnath, she did very well with the ball, and she looks a fairly good batter, so most likely a good all-around day in the making. Has great potential for the future development, all-around capacity, but she did demonstrate did well with the ball, and now here she has to make a valiant effort with the bat for her team as the national flags on the poles to our west of this ground here at Connery Cricket Centre.
So guys, Darby is on the off stump, and he goes for the single return, comes on towards the far end, and they get a single in the end. It was guided into the offside. So 1 more to total, which Hillary was made 255 for 5 from the 50 overs. Barbados are 34 for 1 in over number 10. So that should be an interesting game at Warner Park. Guys, now be looking to prevent the Red Force from winning a good shot through back of the point, full delivery, and she got it through back of the point and down towards the boundary for 4.
And those are the opportunities that Trinidad and Tobago cannot afford to miss out on. When they get the loose deliveries, they really have to execute them, and that was executed nicely into the deep point boundary by second cover and point, and race away over this quick outfield here at the Connery Cricket Centre for 4 runs. So these two will have to consolidate. These two also will have to build a partnership, and the longer that those two can stay out there, well, probably that can be an easier task in getting to 156.
So Ghaznavi looking for a single. A return comes in, but the batter is home. That's Ramnath. He came to for the run. One more to the total, takes it on to 29. So the win was versus Jamaica. Win was 148 for 5, so that match has been reduced to 45 overs. So 148 for 5 after 40 overs. That was the last score from St. Paul's. And here at Connery, 29 for 2 in search of 157. And Ghaznavi is in a fifth over, 1 for 15. So drove it back down the strip, came off the hands, or a chance, was powerfully driven, and Ghaznavi stuck out the left hand, came off of it, and went down into the offside for a single. As the fielder, Willian Grimmon, at mid-off had to complete the fielding, one more to the total.
Yeah, and that would have been difficult. It was powerfully struck, and only her left hand stretched out. And the good thing about it, she's not injured.
So another single. The ball is guided down to third man. So good over for the Red Force team. They picked up some 7 runs with it. And the over is completed 31 for 2.
Yeah, and it is good when you see batters when they cannot get the boundaries that they still accumulate runs by getting the ones and the twos. So very productive over for Trinidad and Tobago there. Carrying the total now on to 31 for 2. So 228 balls, legal deliveries that is, to get 126. So a far higher percentage of legal balls to be bowled. So if once the batters have that in mind too, they should know that once they don't suck up too many dot balls and keep exchanging the strike, that the total can be easily overhauled.
So Monisar has been brought into the attack from the far end, and she will be bowling to Ramnath. Ramnath has been there since the start of the Red Force innings, 43 balls for 18 runs. So Monisar will be looking to keep things tight. And Ramnath will be looking to prevent Monisar from keeping things tight. We're looking to continue to pick up runs. And she's driving through cover. The fielder at cover couldn't stop it, and they will get 2 runs. So the fielder at cover is Scholes. Casey Scholes at cover. Couldn't stop it and are able to get 2 runs.
And that was not good running between the two batters, because I thought if they were looking more purposeful, they could have had 3. But in the end, they had to settle for 2 runs.
Monisar is in a first over, full delivery. Down to the extra cover area. The fielder moves across to her left. Fields. So the target is 157. The guy has got up to 156 for 8 wickets when they batted. So the flat and faster delivery. So they are presently 34 for 2 in over number 13. The Red Force would have won the toss and inserted Guyana. And Ramarak is onto the back foot thinking about a single. But the fielders coming in quickly and prevent any possibility of a run. So this is the 4th round of matches in St. Kitts in the CG United Super 50 competition. So after these matches are completed, as that over is completed, it is 32 for 3. After the 50 over competition is completed, Victor, then we'll go into the T20 Blaze.
Well, we will actually see more exciting cricket, because it
hopefully,
will be 2020.
hopefully exciting, Victor.
Well, yeah, hopefully exciting, because 2020 usually, as is the exhibition, it should be more entertainment and excitement, we would hope. and also too that will start on Sunday the 17th of this month, March, and all the matches will be played at Warner Park.
So Guman, Shanita Guman has been brought into the attack. Shanita Guman, she'll be bowling to Sao. Sao is in 7 from 13. So these two would want to put on continue to put on a good partnership. So there's a good little partnership developing between these two. Some 26 runs. And they will want to continue. Goes too quickly for the single return. Comes in, misses the stumps. I thought that Ghaznavi was a bit flat-footed at mid-on. And even though it struck a little, came to her quickly. The batter, Sao, she came too quickly for the single. So one more to the total. And she's driving. Loud appeal for stumping, but missed it. And the back foot was grounded. That's Ramnath was looking to drive. That delivery from Shanita Guman. Missed it. The bails were removed. But our back leg was grounded. And the total remains on 34 for 2.
Yeah, good keeping. Quite showing good efficiency. But if the fielder probably was attacking the ball too, even though it was struck firmly, the batter might have just restricted herself from going through to the run, or it could have been more dangerous, but that was not to be.
This time she's correctly in behind it. And she will get a single. As the fielder from mid-off had to go down to extra cover to her left. One more to the total, takes it down to 35 for 2 in over number 14. So the guy in his team would want to prevent the Red Force from winning. Feel that backward square has been brought inside the circle by the umpire. And Sao has been giving good support to Ramnath. They have put on a good partnership, some 28 runs from 51 balls. Onto the onside, down to mid-wicket. So let's see one of the American airline flights heading out of RLB, probably heading to Miami. Over is completed. It is 35 for 2.
Well, and these two, they would need to continue because they have gotten a start. I mean, the two batters for Trinidad and Tobago, they will just have to keep on doing what they're doing. If they cannot get the boundaries, just try and get the ones and the twos, and then that will have the process much more easier. But if they're getting singles, then it would mean that all the bowlers would have to think differently when they have to bowl to a different batter on each occasion, because every batter's style and technique is not the same. But let us see what would happen in this particular over.
So Ramnath, who has been there since the beginning, continued to bat. He faces up to Monisar, who is bowling from that far end. Don't be driving in the air. She's out caught. So just as she's looking to get after the ball, and she came down the strip and drove it in the air, and the catch has been taken at extra cover. So the third wicket going down. And Ramnath caught at extra cover, and she made 20, so it's a 35 for 3.
Yes, and caught Ramnath going into the stroke a bit early, but Ramnath will have to realize that if you get to the pitch of a spinner pitch on your off stump, you had to go with more power to clear that short extra cover. That was not to be. So wicket number 3 going down for Trinidad and Tobago. And the contest is on right here at the Connery Cricket Centre. So, wickets going down.
So Ramharak, it looks like his Karishma Ramharak has come to the middle. So the Red Force losing another wicket. That's 35 for 3. So we will
122 more runs to be had, but the percentage of balls is very high. 215 legal deliveries, to be bowled, but 3 wickets down, 7 wickets in hand. Game on right here at the Connery Cricket Centre between Guyana and Trinidad and Tobago.
So it's Ram Harak has come to the middle, and she would want to give support to Sao. Sao would have opened the batting previously. She opened against Jamaica. This time she batted at number 4. So Sao, the non-striker, and you have Ram Harak. She is going to be facing up to Monisa from the far end. So the Red Force certainly up against it after winning the toss and inserting the Guyanese team this morning, and now have now found themselves at 35 for 3, and they've lost the important and experienced Cooper. And she will get it down to back of the point, and they will run close to the boundary. And they will get 2 runs. So the fielder unit welcome. He's on the field. And she might have been the one who took the catch to dismiss Ramnath. So there's a slip, there's a backward point, cover on the boundary, extra cover. And the substitute fielder is welcome. She fields 37 for 3. Karishma Ramharak, she's on 2. And Chanel Sao, she's on 8 from 17. Just play it down towards the cover area. And the over is completed. So over number 15 completed, 37 for 3, the Red Force.
Yeah, and finding the fielders, striking the ball directly to the fielders. These Trinidad and Tobago batters, they will have to find the gaps in the field and keep the scoreboard ticking over. On the other hand, once Guyana keep taking wickets, the pressure is going to be added more upon Trinidad and Tobago to get to the 157 for victory. 3 wickets have fallen already, so 7 wickets are in hand. So quite an interesting moment and period of play right here at the Connery Cricket Centre.
So Cheneta Gremon will continue from the middle center end. And is driving in the air down towards the middle of area where Gremon is in the way. So the pressure certainly is on the Red Force batters. They have lost 2 wickets. The target is 157. And Guyana would want to continue to keep the pressure on the batters. And the pressure will certainly mount on the batters if they are unable to score. Sao is the striker. She's on 8. And she's guiding into the offside down towards the third man area. They will come back for 2 at a sliding effort from the fielder running away to her left from backward point, and they were able to get 2 runs. So with those 2, the total has gone on to 39 for 3 in over number 16. So Sao will want to play a long innings for the Red Force. She's driving, goes down to the substitute welcome at extra cover. And so Ramharak is in on striker. Full delivery, and she just pushed it into the offside. So maybe she's under so much pressure she couldn't even make use of that full delivery that she got. So 1 delivery remaining in over number 16, 39 for 3 on the onside, and a loud appeal from the keeper to bring up the end of the over, and at the end of it, the Red Force, they have lost some 2 wickets, and they're certainly under pressure, Victor.
Yes, and really they're under severe pressure, and they will have to really build a partnership. Well, Welcome is leaving the field right now. So the player who left the field is now returned, and Welcome did a good little substitution there. She did feel as well while she was on, And now it is what 39 for 3. So Trinidad and Tobago, they have a huge task ahead of them. They are going at a current rate 2.44. So 7 wickets in hand, Gary. This is an interesting period of play right here.
So it's Monisa will continue from that far end. And Ramarak, who bowled well while she was in the field, she would now have to do some batting if the Red Force are to get up to 157 that they need to win this game, to win the first game of the competition. In the air, caught! Good catch, well judged catch by the Shanita Grimon at backward point. It was outside the off stump, and the batter went after it, went in the air. Well judged catch, and another wicket has gone down. The Red Force are 39 for 4.
Yeah, added pressure onto the Red Force, losing their 4th wicket. And how well Guyana have been bowling thus far, keeping things tight. But the batter might have just been a little guilty by not trying to really clear the inner ring and was out caught at cover. So 4 wickets going down, 6 wickets are in hand. The current run rate 2.39, and still need 118 runs from 202 balls, but they have 6 wickets in hand. Game on here at the Connery Cricket Centre between Guyana and Trinidad and Tobago, who have not won any match in this CG United Insurance 50 overs women regional cricket. So Gary, Trinidad and Tobago finding themselves in extreme difficulties at this present moment.
So Celine O'Neill is the new batter for the Red Force, and O'Neill against Jamaica, or against the Windwards, she made 12, and against Jamaica she made 6. So they got you for a single. Almost overture as a wild return was backed up. So one more to the total. It has gone to 40 for 4. The Red Force and certainly are in trouble.
Well, and there was no need to really give those extra runs away, because there was no need for the fielder to be throwing that hard when the batters were done into their grounds. But anyway, Guyana are in charge.
So he's playing it down towards back of the point. Of course, quickly for the first run, they're going to come back for 2. So 2 more to the total. Good return right over the stumps, but Sa was back for the second run quite easily. So 2 more to the total. Takes it on to 42 for 4 in over number 17. So the target is 157. And then the Guyana team, they have been able to keep the pressure on the Red Force team after winning the toss and batting this morning. I'm sure they would have been hoping to dismiss the Guyana team for maybe less than 100, but that was not to be. They made 156. They batted the 50 overs. And now they found themselves at 42 for 4. The Sao has been there for a while, and she would want to continue to bat after 17 overs, 42 for 4.
Well, and Guyana thus far has been doing a good job. They are keeping things tight. They are getting wickets, keeping the pressure on. We know that Kirby for Trinidad and Tobago has been the top scorer in basically all the matches that Trinidad and Tobago have played. So they would hope when her chance, if she get an opportunity to come to the crease, which most likely she would, that they would hope that she can repeat her performances. But the other batters will have to rise to the occasion. But right now, Guyana is in command, and they are on top of things at this present moment.
So it's Guimond will continue from the media center end, and she's beat outside the off stump by a delivery as O'Neill coming onto the front foot, a bit tentative, taken behind by the keeper Sherwin Campbell. 42 for 4 in over number 18. She's just tabbing it into the offside. So Guimond is in her 3rd over, and none for 4. So I'm sure when the Red Force inserted Guyana. They would have been hoping to get some early wickets and to dismiss them for less than 100. Now they have to make 157 if they are to win. O'Neill will have to spend some time in the middle, spend some time with Sau. Sau has been there for 26 balls. O'Neill is on 1, she has faced 5. Sau is on 12 from 26. That's a flatter, faster delivery. Thinking about a single hesitation, but he'll get it in the end, as it was to the right of the field at extra cover. So one more to the total, takes it on to 43 in over number 18. One delivery remaining. And Sau has come back into strike. She's on 12. So into the offside to bring up the end of over number 18. 43 for 4 of the Red Force.
Yes, and Guyana doing very well in terms of defending 156, which they scored for 8 wickets. But they batted out the 50 overs. And that is good to see, that the Guyana batters batted out the 50 overs. A few teams have not batted out their 50 overs in this particular tournament, CG United Insurance Women's Regional Cricket Series. Matches being played at St. Paul's Recreation Ground, Warner Park International Cricket Stadium, and right here at the Connery Cricket Centre.
So Monisa will continue from the far end, taking on the pad, a bit high. An umpire holder is unmoved. And another small aircraft leaving RLB, look like a DHL aircraft leaving the international airport just to our left, as Monista will hope that she can get the wicket of O'Neill. But she's in behind it and pushed it down into the offside. So the Red Force winning the toss and batting this, and asking Guyana to bat first. Now they are 43 for 4. Driving and chop by Monisa was driven back down to her right. She seemed to have had it, but then when she fell to the ground, the ball came out of her hands. So a chance going down to her right, and she was grabbing at it and couldn't hold on, Victor. So she bowled a flatter, faster delivery. He's thinking about the single, so a chance going a big in. It was to her right. She went down, and then she was grabbing at it at the second attempt. Couldn't hold on. There is O'Neill going for a big drive, misses, wide outside the off stump, taken by the keeper. So O'Neill seems as though once it is in her half, you would look to go after the bowling.
Well, the intention there that she was going hard, so if she did connect, most likely she would have cleared the infield in terms of how hard she was going at the ball.
This time she's thinking about a single, and return goes down towards the far end, misses the stumps, misses the bowler, missed it, way backed up in the onside rim at the end of over number 19, 44 for 4.
Yeah, and with the drop catch, it was low and hard, and there might have just been a possibility whereby her elbow might have struck the ground, and that would have caused the ball to go to the ground. But it was a good effort. But right now, Guyana will just have to keep bowling wicket-to-wicket deliveries and tight in the inner ring, and just keep the pressure on Trinidad and Tobago, who will have to try sometimes to go out of the extraordinary.
So Guyana will continue from this media center end, and there is a drive from O'Neill. So we tell her win was 175 for 9 from the 45 overs. So Jamaica is yet to bat. Taken on the pad. Look at the work into the onside. That's O'Neill. And Barbados, they are 51 for 2 from 13.1 overs. They need to make 256 runs. So the Leewards picking up 2 batting points.
Well, the thing is, to Gary, there, the Leewards have made it against the defending champions.
So
They
they will,
over 200 runs.
they will be looking to win the first game
Man,
in
that
the
would be
CG
very
United competition. They didn't win a game last year, and they're
good.
hoping that this year could be the year they could at least win a 1 game outside the off some bounce and turn, looking to play it square the wicket, missed it, taken behind by the keeper.
And if they win the 1 game, it will be a significant 1 game win in defeating the defending champions. But that is still far away.
Forces into the offside, good tumbling save, knocked down, and the fielding is completed by Scholes. So 1 more to the total, take it down to 45 for 4 wickets.
Yeah, correct. 45 for 4. Well, game on hand here, Gary, and Trinidad and Tobago, as you have said, still looking for their first victory, and up against it, Guyana bowling well, feeling well.
So they played back down the ship on the onside to bring up the end of over number 20. It is 45 for 4, the Red Force.
Yes, and here comes the refreshment break at this particular moment. And we too will pause for a little while and we'll be back with you shortly. Right.
So welcome back after the break. We tell you that the Red Force, they are 45 for 4 wickets. They have to make 157 if they have to win. Still 112 runs away. So O'Neill pushed it down to the onside. So it's Monisar continuing from the far end. She's in her 5th over. Bowling to O'Neill. O'Neill want to give some support to Sao. Sao is on 12 from 30. So it's O'Neill who is on strike. Monisa bowling around the wicket, thinking about a single, but she was sent back as the fielder inside the circle. She feels and prevented any possibility of a run. So Monisa bowling around the wicket. And O'Neill is driving, goes for the single return, come down to the far end, stumps broken, and umpire Williams says not out. So another single, bit of a hesitation, and they came to for the run in the end.
Yes, in the end, they ended safely. But still an aspect about the Trinidad and Tobago batters that there are communication issues. They're not calling early, they're not calling appropriately, and that has caused a few demises for Trinidad and Tobago.
She goes over the wicket to Sao. Sao is into the offside. She's thinking about the single, goes down to Grimon. Shanita Grimon, she feels. So we have 4 fielders on the onside, a backward square mid wicket. There's a forward square in the fence and a mid on. And there is Sao driving. He would have taken her eyes off the ball. He went through her and goes down towards the boundary. She might have just pulled it back and she fell in the process, but it seemed as they probably would have gone for 4, so 4 runs. He was driven into the offside. He was coming in quickly to try to stop the single, but he went through her hands and into the boundary. That's really Liena Grimond at mid-off couldn't stop it. 4 runs to the total.
Well, yeah, and there again too, it was always the striker's call, and she called early and she ran quickly, but the fielder just slightly took her eyes off the ball, and it cost Guyana 4 runs. So the 50 is now posted on the board for Trinidad and Tobago, but these two would need to extend this partnership if they're going to overhaul the 156 which was scored by Guyana.
So they're still 107 runs away. They had to win the first game in this year's competition. And O'Neill is batting with Sao. O'Neill is on 5. So the Red Force yet to pick up a point in the competition. And O'Neill is getting the ball, turning and bouncing, looking to play it square the wicket. Taken behind by the keeper and captain Shemaine Campbell for the Guyana team. And there is O'Neill pushing the bat down the strip on the offside. So Grimman is in a 5th over, none for 6. Currently going at 2.22 runs per over. Delivery looking to turn to the onside, taking on a pad loud appeal. But the keeper was obviously going down the onside. And umpire Williams is not interested. Being over number 22. Still 107 runs away if the Red Force are to win here at Connery. And O'Neill, he started looking a little shaky, but now she seems to be settling and looking a little bit more confident. 1 delivery remaining over number 22. So the over is completed. 50 for 4, the Red Force.
Yeah, as she stays out there, she's growing more in confidence. But at the same time, too, these two would realize that they have to really put a partnership together for Trinidad and Tobago if they're going to win their first encounter in this CG United Insurance Women's Regional cricket tournament. Matches being played at St. Paul's Recreation Ground, Warner Park, and right here at the Connery Cricket Centre. So 107 more runs to be had by Trinidad and Tobago. 6 wickets are in hand. Game on right here at the Connery Cricket Centre. Who is going to come out victorious? Only time will tell.
So Monisa will continue from the far end. And she's going to drive. Only further chance. They'll have to look at it on the monitor to see what would have transpired.
Well, seems from the wicketkeeper reaction in
Well,
terms of the second attempt.
she was trying to take it on the second attempt, but we would never know if it was
That's
an
right.
edge.
Mhm.
So we'll have to try once more. So it totally remains on 50 for 4 in over number 23. Been bowled by Monisa from the far end. Thinking about the single, but it goes straight down to mid wicket.
What are they thinking about out there? Straight to the field and you're thinking about a run?
So the Guyanese certainly will want a good partnership. This time they go to for a single, as the fielder at backward point had to move across to her left, and that's Naomi Barkoy. By then they were able to go to for a single, so 51 for 4.
Well, in partnership, the Guyana bowlers, they have kept things relatively tight. Trinidad really have a task on hand here.
So O'Neill, who have been there for some time, has faced some 28 balls. She's on 5, and she came in at the fall of the 4th wicket. That was a score on 29. So they have added some 22 runs. And O'Neill is in behind it and pushed it down back on the strip. So over has been completed over number 23, 51 for 4.
Well, and every run Trinidad and Tobago will get from here on in, that would ease a lot of pressure off of them, especially if they're turning over the strike, exchanging the strike often, and then if the bad balls or loose deliveries per se come their way, they would really have to capitalize on it. But on the other hand, if Guyana bowlers can just keep bowling wicket to wicket and be tight, then it then presents a different proposition for the Trinidad and Tobago batters who have not yet to win a match in this series.
So Shanita Grimman will continue from this team in the center end. And there is Sao, who's thinking about swinging to the onside, came off the pad, goes down into the offside. There is no possibility of a run. So this is the 4th round, and Wednesday we'll see the final set of matches in the CG United Super 50 competition, sponsored by CG United, and Dafabet is also a partner. This time she gets it around the corner down towards the long leg area, short fine leg for a single. And with that single, the total has gone on to 52. 52, the target is 157. We were forced winning the toss and inserting Guyana. And they made 156. And then there is Neil. O'Neill punching into the offside, knocked down at extra cover. And there is no run, 52 for 4. So Grimman is in a 6th over. And O'Neill is playing it in the air. And return goes down towards the far end. Chance of run out. She's out. So Sao has been run out. Another run out in the inning. That's hesitation. And the return went down towards the far end, where the keeper broke the stumps and Sao was found wanting.
Yeah, and there again, the ball went to the far end, the end which is further away from the batters, and the batters still got run out. So that has been an area of concern throughout this particular tournament for Trinidad and Tobago. There is definitely communication issues with the
Jinabi.
team, and another wicket going down by the run-out route. And so far in this series, probably 4 now run-outs in the tournament gone down for Trinidad and Tobago thus far. Well, the incoming batter looks like it's going to be Kirby, and she has been a savior in terms of getting to half centuries and so forth. So can lightning strike twice? We'll have to wait and see. Sporting the number 13 on the back of her jersey, and she have found herself ever so often, Gary, in these particular situations, coming in where her team mostly want her to deliver, and they would hope, especially in this situation, she can deliver in a way that Trinidad and Tobago can win their first encounter. But on the other hand, wickets keep falling, so the pressure keep mounting.
So against Jamaica, the Red Force lost their 5th wicket on 81. And against Guyana now, they have lost their 5th wicket on 52. And they made 168 when they lost their 5th wicket on 81. Now the 5th wicket went down on 52. Kirby has now come to the middle, and in that encounter Kirby would have made 48 from 56, and she would have made some runs before. She made runs against the Windwards. I think she would have made half century. She made 59 from 39, so she has been amongst the runs for the Red Force, but she would need support from the other batters.
Yeah, and she has not gotten that throughout this tournament. Would she get it in this particular match when it really matters for Trinidad and Tobago?
So Grimon. So Kirby will have a lot of work to do. She will be under pressure, knowing that the Red Force would have lost 3 in a row, and she would want to prevent it from being 4 in a row. The Guyanese will want to ensure that they continue losing. 53 for 5. So Kirby will have to determine, she have to spend some time in the middle. Still have lots of time remaining. Over is completed over number 24, 53 for 5.
Well, and if Kirby does not spend the time as expected, and as on the law of averages how cricket goes, that will usually happen. But I think, Gary, if Kirby is dismissed early, I think Trinidad and Tobago might just struggle to reach the 100-run mark, because she has really been the hallmark of Trinidad and Tobago innings throughout this tournament. I think she has gotten a half century and then the 40-odd. So she's really amongst the runs, but haven't got the support from the other batters.
So O'Neill has been there for some 31 deliveries, and she's looking to drive. Manisa is in her 7th over, 2 for 14. 53 for 5. So it has not been a good season, a good start to the season for the Red Force. So the season is almost coming to an end. You just have 1 match remaining after this. And she's forced it into the offside. Retty Myers on the boundary. She picks up, and they only cross for a single. Not looking for a second run. So Kirby, the hardest in Kirby, will come into strike. He'll be facing up to Monisar, with bowling from that far end.
And good field placement now for Kirby, because she really always shines her abs by going for her big, powerful, lofted shots. And I think Guyana has the fielders in the appropriate positions, at least for Kirby.
So Monisar will continue from that far end, and she will go around the wicket or over the wicket. And Kirby immediately going to the big drive. Fielding completed by Gajnabi at mid-on. So Gajnabi seems as though she is the specialist fielder at mid-on. She was the one that effected the run out. And she's bowled. There is Kirby going onto the back foot, looking to swing into the onside, missed it. And the important wicket of Kirby has been dismissed. 54 for 6.
Yeah, and the bowler did the appropriate thing. It was a quicker delivery right on the wicket, and not short enough for Kirby to execute that pull shot into the mid-wicket area. And the timber was struck. Kirby goes, and it's even further a challenge now for Trinidad and Tobago in losing their top scorer of this series, Kirby, making her way back to the pavilion, and this brings out Alexander. So Guyana right on top of things here against Trinidad and Tobago right here at the Connery Cricket Center, and Gary, a most valuable wicket that has gone down for Trinidad and Tobago. Kirby, who has been the leading run scorer for Trinidad and Tobago, but not today. Lightning did not strike twice.
So she was on the back foot looking to force it into the offside, exposed the off stump, and she was bowled. So 3 wickets to Monisa, who has been bowling very well and putting pressure on the Red Force team. So Alexander has replaced Kirby, and against Jamaica she batted at number 9. Now she's one higher, batting at number 8. So Alexander faces up to Monisar, and she turns it into the onside. So Monisar 3 for 15, 1 delivery remaining in her 7th over, and the Red Force are certainly up against it after winning the toss and inserting the Guyanese team. And Kirby was just out in this over, and they end over number 25, halfway stage, 54 for 6.
And this is a super magnificent performance by the Guyana here, defending 156 against Trinidad and Tobago, right here at this venue, the Connery Cricket Center. And how well Guyana have bowled, they have fielded well. The bowlers have kept that good line and length and not given any or many loose deliveries to the batters. And with some 6 wickets down now, 4 wickets are in hand. Guyana are large and in charge.
So Guyana will continue from this media center end, and there is O'Neill looking to chance her arms, looking to go into a big swing, leg by. So the extra moves on by 1, 55 for 6. We're in over number 26. So Alexander will have some work to do.
Plenty work to do. It's not going to be easy from here on in for Trinidad and Tobago.
So Alexander didn't play versus the Windwards, and she made 7. And thinking about a single, she has to be sent back. So we've seen not good communication with the Red Force batters, number of runouts. So we've had 2 in this game, the 2 in the game against Jamaica. And Alexander is onto the front foot. And the game against the Windwards, there was also, he had 2 runouts there as well. So it's like in every game we have runouts. Well, 2 against 2 in each game so far, and that doesn't speak so well for the communication with the batters, Victor.
No, and the coaching staff, they will have a lot of work to do in that particular area, especially for Trinidad and Tobago. That communication issue is huge. They are not getting it right.
So Alexander is behind a delivery floated up on the off stump, so she is not going to be tempted. She probably said to herself that she's going to stick around with O'Neill and see how close they can get to the 157. 1 delivery remaining in over number 26. This time she's driving, and we get an easy single to bring up the end of over number 26. 56 it is for 6.
Well, how much uncertainties are in this particular game at this particular moment, with 4 wickets in hand and 156 they would have to get, so some 101 runs more if they should get victory here, but that seems to be very challenging, very difficult with just 4 wickets in hand. So it would mean if these 2 now, it would mean we'll have to either get close to the 100 or over the 100 if they're going to get close to that total. But right now it's obvious that Guyana have the big initiative on this hand here, and it's most likely, looking at this particular moment of the game, Trinidad and Tobago will be fighting hard and desperately hard to win their first encounter, which seems now it's getting away from the grasp. With just 4 wickets in hand, it's going to be even much more difficult now to get to the 157 for victory.
So Latchman has replaced Monisar from that far end. Monisar who has picked up 2 wickets. So Latchman will be bowling to Alexander. She's looking to turn it into the onside. So it's 56 at the start of over number 27. So there's a change. There's a fielder has been placed in the slip, and then the fielder will go down into the straightish mid wicket. So the fielder straightish mid wicket is Naomi Barkoy, and we have Manisar in the slips, delivering the leg stump. Will be signal wide, and they go through for a run. So that's Manisar moving quickly around toward left from the slip down towards the short back of the square area, but it calls for a run, so 2 runs will be added to the total, 58.
Yes. Coming by another wide again. Percentage of wides keep escalating for all the teams in this tournament, or we must say in particular all the matches that we have been here thus far at the Connery Cricket Centre.
So Lasma will continue from the far end, this time to the left-handed O'Neill. She's getting a single as he goes down towards the wide mid-on area. 1 more to the total. It's going to 59 in over number 27. And the target is 157, so they need another 98 runs if they are to win. And the captain making some adjustment to the field. So last man will come in from the far end. So he goes down into the onside. So when I saw Alexander calling for the helmet, I thought it was a medium pacer coming from the far end, but it's a right arm wrist spin, look like, coming in from that far end. She's sweeping around the corner. First slip pass and 1 into Dud, so they'll get 2 runs at least. As Manga has someone to do from her deep backward square. They get 2 runs, so 2 more to the total. Takes it on to 61 for 6 in over number 27. Remind you that the Red Force won the toss this morning and decided to insert the Guyanese team with 56 for 8. Captain Campbell top score with 52. And Charisma Ramarak got 3 for 26. Kirby 2 for 24. And in response, the Red Force are making heavy weather of it. They are 61 for 6. So Lasma will continue from that far end. 1 delivery remaining in our first over. So the over is completed, over number 27. 61 for 6.
Well, these two are going about it carefully, the 2 batters that is, and they will have to know that out of the equation now is the balls, is about occupying the crease, exchanging the strike. If the loose deliveries come their way, make good use of them. If not, they will just have to try and let the bowlers see a batter facing deliveries on different occasions. But the partnership of 69 between captain and vice captain for Guyana, that was the hallmark of the innings for Guyana, reaching 156 as a total. So the captain and vice captain, Gary, they played a very vital role in that partnership and taking their team to 156, which is looking very much more now at this particular time in their favor, Guyana.
So Mango will come into the attack from this media center end. And there's O'Neill playing it around the corner looking for a single. Oh, Scholes, sorry. Scholes is the bowler from the media center end. So she will go around the wicket. And only getting a delivery wide with signal by umpire Williams. Another extra to the total. Flighted delivery. And there was Neil probably initially thinking about a big shot, then just pushed it back on the strip. Went over number 28, so the score in at 2.27 runs per over. And O'Neill just pushing it down in front of her. 38 deliveries she has faced. And she has scored some 8 runs. So not rotating the strike, not picking up the singles. He's looking to turn it on the onside. Lord appeal. And Scholes is appealing by herself because it was obviously going down the onside. The keeper was not interested. So too was the umpire. Obviously missing 2 leg stumps, 2 other leg stumps if they were flighted. Drive in the air. Chance for a catch. And the outstretched hands of the fielder couldn't get to it. Looks like Willie and Guimond. And they were able to go through for a single. 64 for 6 with 1 delivery remaining in over number 28. That's the fastest struck on the pad. Not out, said umpire William. So the over is completed. Over number 28, 64 for 6.
Yeah, and really the Trinidad and Tobago batters, they would definitely have to stay out there, spend time, and lots of overs still to be bowled, and they have to recognize that just 4 wickets are in hand. So these two who are having a mid-pitch conversation now should have a deep appreciation for what is required of them. And what is required of them now is to put a partnership for their team. But on the other hand, the spinners for Guyana, they have held their own. They're very consistent in their lines and their lengths. So they have gotten the results and are looking much more in ascendancy of pulling off a victory here against Trinidad and Tobago.
So Latchman, and we get a single. So another single to Alexander. She goes on to 4. And the total has gone on to 65 for 6 at the start of over number 29. So the Red Force team need to score 157. They're 65 for 6. They won the toss this morning and inserted the Guyanese. And this is the Sydney United Super 50 women's competition being played in St. Kitts. She will get a single. That's O'Neill. As she plays it down into the mid-wicket area. So O'Neill moves on to 10. She has been there for some 41 deliveries. 11. And so she's 42 deliveries for her 11. Alexander is on 4. Comes back into strike. So look at the turn around the corner. Struck on the pad. An appeal. But umpire Holder is not interested. So if you look at it on the monitor, might have been struck about just outside the off stump.
And going further across the right hand there.
So Lashma will continue from that far end. Kirby's playing a favorite turn around the corner. Return comes in. Stumps are broken. And umpire Williams is on move.
No, it struck the wicket keeper on her foot.
As the fielder came across from backward square. So another single to the total. Takes it on to 67 for 6. We're over number 29. 2 balls remaining. Target is still 157. And O'Neill is pushing into the offside. No chance of a single. So Joseph was 1 out to 3. Ramnat caught off the bowling of Monisar for 20. Ghaznavi, or Cooper was bowled by Ghaznavi for a duck. Sar was run out. And they played in the air down towards the field on the long offense for a single to bring up the end of over number 29, 68 for 6.
And while that ball was struck to do wide long off on the boundary, they were strolling. These two batters were strolling between the wickets like they're on top of things out there in the middle when they are behind. So I would like to believe that they should be looking for every available run possible. They're now having their mid-pitch conversation, but Guyana right on top of things here. But where would Trinidad and Tobago get a valuable partnership to challenge 156?
So 4 runs coming from that last over. So if they can continue to pick up 4 runs per over for the next 21 overs, they will not get them. They'll have to score at 4.24 runs per over. So they have to increase their scoring rate if they have to get close to the target. In the air, down towards the Ghaznavi return comes in. A bit high and wide. And they will get a single. So with that single, total has gone on to 69 at the start of over number 30. 69 for 6. And Alexander comes back into strike. She's on 5 from 15. And O'Neill is on 13 from all of 45 deliveries. So it's Scholes and Kirby playing around the corner. We got a singles. That seems to be our favorite shot. Victor getting inside the stumps and look at just turn it around the corner. That was one of your favorite shots, Victor?
Alexander. Well, in particular, I personally did prefer the straight drive down the ground. But if the ball is pitching the appropriate areas where you can get runs, I mean, that is the shot selection you have to use, playing each delivery on its merit. But sometimes some players are asked the question, were they comfortable, or which situation made them more comfortable, playing away from home or at home?
So it shows goes round the wicket. So maybe you can answer that question for the listeners, Victor. Which was more comfortable for you? You prefer to play in front of your home crowd, or you play away?
If there was a preference, I preferred playing away from home. And I will give you the reason, Gary.
We'll wait for that reason, Victor.
You're full in anticipation.
Into the onside, we get a single. He's a single. With that single, the total has gone on to 71 for 6. And O'Neill is doing her own thing. She's moving slowly, but the fact remains she's still in the middle. Alexander is on 6. It's played to the offside. And there is no chance to run. 71 for 6. The target is still 157. We have one delivery remaining in over number 30. And the second over being bowled by Scholes from the media center end. Kirby's drive in between the legs, goes down towards the short back of the square area. But you get a single to bring up the end of over number 30. 71 for 6.
So Gary, you would really like to hear? You think a lot of our listeners would be interested?
They're still waiting, Victor.
My personal comment?
Yeah.
Well, first of all, let me start. At home, I'm speaking for Victor Eddy, is that you can try too hard because you want to please everybody. But when you're playing on somebody else's turf, you know you have more to prove of yourself. So it brings a lot much more confidence out of me. For example, I not comfortable, but I thought I did better playing away from home.
And which ground was your favorite ground outside of St. Kitts?
What, in Leeward Islands cricket tournament?
Anywhere, whether Leeward Islands or regional cricket.
I'll give it some thought after this over, I'll tell you.
So last man will continue from that far end and be bowling to Alexander, who is in 7. On the onside, on the white to be signaled by the umpire. So extras moves on by 1. And it is 73 for 6.
Really extending their arms, the umpires.
And
They've
Kirby seemed to have
oh,
pulled an injury and pulled a muscle.
it
While
seems
she went for a big swing on the onside, might have stretched the calf muscle.
I wonder
She
if
goes
it's the
down.
hamstring. She's holding the back of her leg, and that
So I'm
can
sure
be
the
very painful.
physiotherapist for the Red Force team will come into the field shortly. As the big figure of Alexander goes down, she might have just pulled the muscle. She was winding up for a big swing, a wide delivery. She missed it. So the physiotherapist coming onto the field of play to give some attention to Alexander, and Victor will give us tell us about his favorite ground outside of the Leewards.
Outside of the Leeward Islands, because of the nature of the surface, it also brought a lot of inspiration, one, whereby the conditions were not normal as you would usually accustom a surface of play nature of a pitch to be at the Queen's Park Oval in Trinidad, in that they had Imtiaz Ali, right arm, leg break and googly bowler. You had Inshan Ali, left arm, back of the hand, leg break and googly bowler. You had Rafik Jimadeen, left arm, orthodox spinner, and Ranjit Anand, right arm off spinner. Now, when anyone will go to the grocery or supermarket and buy a pack of crackers, biscuits that is, you would find that some would be cracked and some would be whole. So Trinidad surfaces at the Queen's Park Oval specifically, because they had those first-class spinners, it was always a great challenge as a batsman to comprehend them and to do well. My high score at the Queen's Park Oval, but in the situation after at one time where they had the Combined Islands 11 runs for 3 wickets when I joined Irvin Schillenfeld. I think that was the tangible drama that Paul Keane Douglas does in his scenario as an entertainer. And that within itself brought about, I thought, the best in me as a batsman, playing against those top-class spinners. One, very good quality of spinners, and then also to the additive that the surface helped them along. And then on the next instance, when I played at Guaracor Park in the south, Sholan Williams, who now live in the United States and is from St. Kitts, who was representing the Combined Islands, and we both scored centuries at Guaracor Park. So outside of St. Kitts, I would say, well, I've scored relatively well against Trinidad in Trinidad. 100 in Guyana with the late Ralston Otter at a ground named Albion. 100 against Trinidad at the Antigua Recreation Ground. So in that time too, Gary, even though I did not get the opportunity to play at the highest level, the regional cricket then, at that time, I would rate it close, if not just as good as Test cricket. I do not know what might be in your view.
So you're saying that Guaracor Park was your favorite ground outside of the Leewards?
Well, not just, well, probably because I
Trinidad. Trinidad was your favorite place outside of the Leewards.
that probably that's true, because my performances regionally was better outside of the Leewards in Trinidad.
So Alexander seemed to be back up and ready to resume her inning. So 73 for 6. At the start of over number 31. As Lashman is continuing from that far end. So the target is 157. Red Force winning the toss this morning and inserting the Guyanese team, and they made 156 for 8 from their 50 overs.
I'll tell you something, and our listeners, about two of my favorite cricketers from the Leeward Islands or Combined Islands in general as spin bowlers, and I will put a scenario to our listeners, and they will have conversations on it when after I disseminate what I will have to say. But I'll wait until this over has been concluded, because this is the essence. It's women's cricket right here at the Connery Cricket Centre. Trinidad and Tobago not performing well.
So last man to Alexander outside the off stump. So it's 76. So they still need another 84 runs if they are to win this encounter here and win the first game for the 2024 Sydney United Super 50 Cup. the women's version. And Jamaica out front. And they goes for a single, goes down to short third man. And Grimman moves away to our left, he picks up. So with a single, total has gone to 74 for 6. We have 2 deliveries remaining in over number 31. The target is still 157.
Well, I would say at this particular moment, the advantage is in Guyana's behalf. 4 wickets standing. Still some runs to be had.
So it's wide outside the off stump, and O'Neill, who has been there for some time, she's on 14. So O'Neill came in at number 6. As Latchman goes over the wicket. Full delivery in the air over extra cover, and will run close to the boundary as Ghaznavi picks it up inside the deep cover area. So they will get 2 runs, so 2 to the total, takes it on to 74 for 6 at the end of over, or 76 for 6 at the end of over number 31.
Well, this can create a good conversation in cricket, whereby, as we could remember, it would have been somewhere in the 50s where we had 2 spinners in Ramadan and Valentine, and as a spinning combination, and they had a very valuable combination as spinners. But after seeing and playing against Derek Parry of Nevis and El Comida Willett, Derek Parry right arm off spinner and El Comida Willett left arm orthodox spinner, I believe it wasn't for the revolutionized system whereby we went back with the firepower to Australia, and it was more emphasis on 5 bowlers fighting fire with fire, whereby those 2 bowlers did not get the opportunity to play extensively in Test cricket. I'll get back to that.
On the onside, misses, and the keeper didn't call it cleanly, so another wide has been signaled. So with that wide, the total has gone on to 77 for 6. So we're in over number 32. Target is 157. So another 80 runs required.
Well,
4 wickets in hand.
this is going to take some going if they should get there. 4 wickets in hand. You can never write it off in this game of cricket, but Guyana right now at this particular moment are on top of things.
So Alexander is defending. So Millington is bowling from the media center end. She's in a 7th over. Before this 6 overs, none for 14. She previously came from the far end. And this time Alexander is on top of it and forces. Good looking shot. Gets a single. So she moves on to 78. So she is now able to push it into the offside. Most of her scoring shots were around the corner on the leg side. This time she was forcing down to cover for singles. So with a single, total is 78 for 6. 3 deliveries remaining over number 32. So she go between the umpire and the stumps. And it is guided into the offside. O'Neill on 16 from 50.
Yeah.
Alexander is on 9 from 25. Current run rate is 2.46. So at that rate they won't get a batting point. And O'Neill is playing from the inner portion of the mat, back on the strip. Maybe she was shaping up to play it more out on the offside, and he got it back down on the offside of the strip. And she is taking on the pad, loud appeal, and then we go through for a single. Let's see if there's any signal coming from umpire Williams. Leg by has been signaled, so 79, and obviously struck outside the leg stump, but the appeal went up. Umpire is not interested. 32 overs gone, 79 for 6.
Yes, and 79 for 6 is Trinidad and Tobago right here at the Connery Cricket Center. You are viewing CG United 50 over series. And Gary, can you recall, because I know that you have excellent memory, at least better than I do, whereby Derek Parry at one time got 15 wickets in the game against Jamaica at Sabina Park.
Yes, he did. He got nine,
9 in one
nine,
innings.
and, 9 and 6. 9 in the first inning, I think 6 in the second.
Yes, and I actually fielded that first slip and took 5 of those catches. So 1 or 2 stuck, but they were held, and that is what mattered. But when I made that point, though, and we'll get back to this particular game, which is essential, which is the important thing.
She's driving in the air. Chance for a catch. She's out caught. So there was Alexander going for, or that's O'Neill as a matter of fact, going for the big drive. Went in the air, and the catch taken down on the boundary. And it could be Reliana Grimon down on the boundary. So O'Neill, long innings, has come to an end, caught off the bowling of Lashman, and she made 16.
Well, the writing is on the wall right now for Trinidad and Tobago. Well, at least I would not like to believe, and I do not believe right now, that they will get to the 156. If they do, I will say many congratulations. I'll be the first one to say that, actually, with 79 for 7, chasing 156. The overs is out of the equation. The runs is what matters. And can they get there? Would they get there? It's left to be seen. But at this particular moment, Gary, Guyana spinners, and some folks will tell you that it seems like a lot of batters and batsmen, which is in the men game, they're more afraid of spin now than they would be afraid of pace, because spin is the dominant factor now in cricket in almost all the facets of the game, as we see throughout, not just here at Connery.
So the new batter is Harry Charan. So the TNT 79 for 7, and they'll get 2 runs. So with those 2, goes on to 81. So they're certainly up against it. 76 runs required, and Harry Charan gets 2 runs from the first delivery. Alexander, who's a 9 from 25. So the right-handed Harry Charan faces up to Latchman. So Latchman has picked up a wicket in her 4th over, 1 for 15, and the Red Force country scoring at 2 point, just over 2 runs per over, after winning the toss this morning and inserting the Guyanese team. So the Red Force will be disappointed with their performance today, Victor.
Yeah, and throughout the tournament in general, and as we've been saying, Gary, that they will definitely have to work on that communication aspect. The calling has been very, very inconsistent, and that has caused a lot of runouts in this tournament for them.
So flight delivery almost got it on the full. That's Harry Charan, pushed it, and there is no chance of a run. 81 for 7. 1 delivery remaining in over number 33. They would have picked up a wicket with the first delivery of that over when O'Neill was caught. And she made... It's pushed into the offside, so O'Neill made 16. Over is completed, over number 33, 81 for 7.
Yeah, and what I've seen a lot, both in the women and more so in the men in particular, I find that against the various type of spinners when they are introduced, and we have seen it in this tournament to Gary, right here at the Connery Cricket Centre, where we will see batters have time to wait to play a forward defensive stroke, but they do not have the confidence to take a chip or two and try to look for runs, because you're not always going to get boundaries, but once you are exchanging the strike, that eases the pressure.
So Millington will continue, and Alexander will be looking to pick up a single. She was looking to turn it into the onside, her favorite shot. Got it down to a straight mid wicket. So think the writing certainly on the wall for the Red Force team. 7 wickets down, 3 wickets in hand, and Alexander will want to stick around a little longer, see if she can get close to the 157. Required weight is 4.56. So they need 76 from 100 balls. And Alexander, who is on 9, try to force into the offside, misses. So we are seeing 3 dot deliveries in this over. In over number 34, been bowled by Millington from the immediate centre end. And there is Alexander that's in behind it. So we're seeing Ramnath to score 20. That's the top scorer so far. 18 to Sao, 16 to O'Neill, who was just out. And Alexander is a 9. And extras somewhere up there as well in terms of the top scorer. Pushed down into the offside. So 5 deliveries have been bowled. And the total remains on 81 for 7. Last delivery of Millington's over. Pushed it down into the onside, pick up another maiden. At the end of it, 81 for 7 from 34.
Yes, and Gary, in this tournament in particular, and in general all around, the Trinidad and Tobago coach and coaching staff and management in general, they would not be pleased, and there is nothing to please them about the overall performances of the Trinidad and Tobago team in this particular tournament.
In terms of the batting and the bowling,
all around, but more so. And here is it a bump ball or a PL? No, it's a bump ball. But more so in terms of the communication. But what area you can say that they were consistent in, Gary?
at times the bowling hasn't been too bad. Just that sometimes the fielders are not backing up, supporting the bowlers. As Harry Charan coming onto the front foot.
And that is very important. That is very important.
So in over number 35, and the target is still 157. 81 for 7. And Harry Chan is forced into the offside. Goes down to extra cover. Morningside is in the way, she feels. Alexander is a non-striker. So the Red Force 81 for 7. They won the toss this morning. And what is still a good batting strip. They inserted the Guyana senior women's team and they made 156. Campbell top scored 52. And she's driving, dropped by the bowler. Simple, straightforward catch just to her right, and last man couldn't hold on. The ball floated up and she drove it back on the strip on the onside. And I found that she probably was a bit too casual and missed it. Another chance going down. 81 for 7.
Can that be a costly chance?
Another flight delivery. And pushed it down into the onside. We'll have to wait and see. With over is completed. 81 for 7 from 35.
Yeah, Gary, and you're right that the fielding too, the bowling was not really totally atrocious, but the fielding did not support it too as it would have liked or should have done. So that is why I came to the conclusion that when you add it up collectively, probably apart from that particular area, the running between the wickets, the communication, the shot selection, so a lot of work. All the coaches will have to do, but in particular Trinidad and Tobago, much better performances was expected from that team.
So Alexander looking to steady her and get them close to the 157. She's on 9. She's 9 from 31. And Billington is continuing from the media center end over number 9. Her 9th over. Right over number 36. There is a point, there's a cover point, there's a cover on the boundary, a cover on the mid-off. So things are not looking so bright for the Red Force. 7 wickets down after inserting the Guyanese team this morning, having to make 157. This time she goes into a big drive. We get a single. The feeling was the fielder at mid-off, that's Reliana Grimond, didn't pick it up cleanly, and they got a single. So the total moves on with a single to 82 for 7. So this is the 4th round encounter, and off the edge, maybe off the keeper's glove as well, edge, and maybe the keeper couldn't hold on, and went into the offside, able to pick up a single. So with a single, total moves on to 83 for 7.
A lot of instances whereby the ball was played behind the striker's back. So it meant the call was the non-striker's call because she had the clearer vision as to where the fielder was, and she was going to the end where the ball can reach quicker. So that was the non-striker's call.
Good shot by Alexander, but straight to extra cover, knocked down by Monisar to bring up the end of over number 36. 83 for 7 at the water break. So we'll take this break and be back in a few minutes. Welcome back. After that water break, it's 83 for 7, still some 74 runs away. And so we're at the start of over number 37, so 14 overs remaining in the game. And the Red Force will be looking to get up to 157. So Latchman is continuing from that far end. 5 overs, 1 for 15. And the Red Force will be hoping for something good from these two. Hoping they can put on a good partnership at a good rate. A rate of 5.3 runs per over. That will take them to the 157. Played in the air, we get a single. One more to the total. So with that single, total has gone on to 84 for 7 in over number 37. Alexander, who has been in the middle for some time, and she is on 10 from 36. She comes into strike. And the non-striker is Harry Charan. So Alexander is on 10. She'll be facing up to Latchman. Ball turning and bouncing, and good anticipation by Manga at backward point. The ball was spinning away to her left, and she went down and stopped it and prevented any possibility of a run. 2.30 is the current run rate as Latchman to Alexander, who shuffled in behind it, so was probably thinking about the onside shot. They got it down into the offside, and there is no chance of a run. So they have to score in excess of 5 runs per over if they are to win. And there's Latchman trying to come inside our stumps to turn it around the corner. Wasn't successful. And the total remains on 84 for 7. One delivery remaining in over number 37. And this is the 4th round encounter here at Connery. And she's get it between a cover point and backward point down towards the boundary, so they get 2 runs. So 2 more runs to the total, 2 more runs to Alexander. She moves on to 12. 86 after 37, 86 for 7.
Yes, and really far away. Great challenge for Trinidad and Tobago. But the difference here too is that the Guyana bowlers have bowled well, and they got good support in the outfield from their teammates, and that also is an additive towards a team success, how well fielders support the bowlers, especially when they bowl loose deliveries. But so far, these two teams have more so in the bowling attacks depended heavily on spin, and Guyana's spinners have proven better thus far in this encounter coming up against Trinidad and Tobago right here at the Connery Cricket Centre.
So Grimon, Shanita Grimon has been brought back into the attack. 7 overs, none for 9. She has been brought back to see if she can break this partnership and pick up the remaining 3 wickets to get victory for Guyana. But I'm sure Harry Charan and Alexander will have other ideas. And they got a single with a shot into the onside with a single. It's gone on to 87 for 7 at the start of over number 38.
Well, Gary, with over 5 runs required per over, this is a difficult task for Trinidad and Tobago.
So Kirby is coming inside the stumps and trying to turn it on the onside. No chance of a run. So they need 70 from 76, and you're asking the lower batters to do that. That could be a challenge. And Alexander has been there for some time. She has given an indication from time to time that she would want to go after bowling. She has not been able to do that per se. And she's shuffling in behind the delivery. So we're in over number 38, two deliveries remaining. And the Red Force are still 70 runs adrift. They're scoring at 2.31 runs per over. Down the strip, drive in the air. And Shalit and Grimond, that's Liliana Grimond, move across to her left. Single to the total, 88 for 7. And 2 runs have been scored, so they have not been able to get the 5 runs required in this over. So even They'll have to strike a boundary now to get up to that required run rate. So the over is completed with a dot ball, 88 for 7 after 38.
Yeah, and the spinners have done an excellent job. And Gary, we have seen both male and female in this time of West Indies cricket, whereby there are great challenges to our batters and batsmen in really playing top class spinners. So that is an area where the coaches will have to really do a lot of work in terms of how to assist the batsmen and what is instructive to the particular spin bowlers when they are preparing teams to go into international matches. Well, that is still far away, but that is should be high on the agenda.
So it's coming down below us here, and we'll wait for the signal from the umpire. What will be the signal? But it has gone into the boundary for 4 wide, so 5 runs will be added to the total. 5 welcome runs to the Red Force team, takes it on to 93. And so
Well, they got the 5 runs so far. In any form or fashion, Gary, it matters.
Still have 6 deliveries remaining in the over, so you can get another 2 or 3 runs, and you're up with the scoring rate.
You could get another 5 too, also, Gary.
So 93 for 7. So maybe hope that the Guyanese are not becoming complacent, thinking that they have this one all wrapped up, and then the Red Force might just sneak up and get the remaining ones. So they have to be careful as Latchman down the strip. Or she attempted to go down the strip. He almost walked past it because it turned it into a Yorker. Had to come down hard on it. So it's 93 for 7 in over number 39. And so the batters for the Red Force have not really responded well in terms of putting on a good partnership. They have not seen that. And they're looking to turn into the onside. Umpire Holder is not interested. So no partnership of note. And so that is what has plagued the Red Force batting in this game. No one really stayed long enough in the middle to put on a good partnership to even try and put the pressure on the Guyanese bowlers. And Alexander is trying her best. She has been there for some time. And she gets another single, so she moves to 14. So the top score of the Red Force innings so far is 20. 20 by Ramnot and 18 by Sao. O'Neill made 16. And now Alexander is getting close. He's on 14. I'm sure she want to come not out and maybe with a good score, 25, 30 runs, even if the Red Force doesn't win. And there is driving drop at extra cover. It was in the air. She had it in her right hand, but when she fell to the ground, the ball also fell out of her hands. And so another chance going down.
How costly can this be?
So Harry Charan looking to drive, and the field at extra cover couldn't hold on. And chuck on the pad, loud appeal, looking to turn it into the onside. Over is completed. That's another over completed, another chance going down. So at the end of over number 39, 94 for 7.
Well, the fielder got to it really, and yes, it was a bit to her right, full stretch, but just did not pull it in. Well, for Guyana, they will hope that it would not cost them much in terms of those drop catches, but you know, as it goes, catches win matches. Some would say drop catches lose matches, but in this situation, it's highly unlikely, but it's possible, because the only thing in the Red Force era is that it is 63 runs from 66 balls required, but they'll have to keep scoring.
So he's sending to Griman, who dropped that catch that extra cover. So she will want to make amends. He's bowling now from the media center end. 94 for 7 in over number 40. So 10 overs remaining after this, so score 63 runs. And Alexander is shuffling. No chance of a run. She's on 14 from 49. We're in the dying stages of this encounter here at Connery. Red Force trying to prevent the Guyanese from winning. They have lost some 7 wickets. Good bit of feeling at backward point by Mangwa. Was looking to pierce the fielders at short third man and backward point, but good bit of feeling by Mangwa diving away to her left and prevented what certainly could have been 4 if it had gone past her. So the total remains on 94 for 7. And there is Alexander coming in the side of stumps, looking to turn it as usual in the onside. He favors the onside very much. 97 for 4. 2 balls remaining in over number 40. On the onside, she's looking to swing, misses.
Wow.
Not a wide, not an extra to the total. On her favorite side, that's Alexander, so was looking to swing it over back of the square. She missed it. 95 for 7. 2 balls remaining over number 40. So Alexander has been there for 52 balls. The partnership is 16 from 46, so they need to increase their scoring rate if they have to challenge 157. Almost a run ball now, 62 from 61. So over is completed, over number 40, 95 for 7.
Well, this particular moment of the game, what is more likely on behalf of Trinidad and Tobago is that if they can get 2 big overs in terms anything probably close to 10 or over, then that could bring down the equation more interesting if they do not lose any further wickets in doing so. But that is basically speculation on my behalf. But that's the only hope that Trinidad and Tobago would have right now in terms of runs and balls.
Last man will continue. So they like to break this partnership. This came together when the score was on 79. So they have taken it to 95. So 18 runs partnership. We're in over number 41. So over number 41, 95 for 7. So no runs have been scored yet in this over. So the required rate has gone up to 6.41. As Lashman continued from the far end. In the air and dropping in front.
No,
She took the catch? Yes. She took it quite casually, low down, but this time she took it, and so the 8th wicket has gone down. It would just played in the air down to the field that extra cover. That's Millington took the catch, and so Harry Charan has been dismissed, caught for 5.
Well, the writing is more significant now on the wall. Trinidad and Tobago's back definitely against the wall here against Guyana at the Connery Cricket Centre. But we have to say how very well the spinners for Trinidad and Tobago have bowled. They've been well supported by their fielders, and that is always essential, whereby even when bowlers bowl loose deliveries and fielders make good saves, and right away, every time a wicket goes down, they are doing the ideal thing. They are coming together in a circle. That is Guyana, thinking about the incoming batter and what is their strategy. But right now, as it is, 62 runs needed, 57 legal deliveries to be bowled. But 8 wickets are down, 2 wickets are in hand, and Trinidad and Tobago, they would not be pleased in the way that they have performed in this CG United Insurance 50 overs women regional tournament. Yeah.
Well, Mitchell, who didn't get a chance to bowl, so now she gets a chance to bat. He probably will want to prove to a captain that she can bat, maybe win the game for the Red Force. They need 62 from 57. So they are 95 for 8. And she would want to do something with the bat for the Red Force team.
Oh yes, let's
So the Red Force have done well. They have kept things tight and picked up wickets at crucial interval. No one batter has been allowed to bat for too long. We have not seen any huge
right.
partnership that could have put pressure on the Guyanese bowlers. And Mitchell batting at number 10. They need 62 from 56. One delivery remaining in over number 41. So certainly the pressure is against the Red Force team, and they writing possibly on the wall. Flight to delivery brings up the end of over number 41, 95 for 8.
Yes, and Guyana today, right here at the Connery Cricket Centre, up to this present moment, have totally outplayed Trinidad and Tobago. And what was very significant in the innings for Guyana was the 69-run partnership between captain and vice-captain.
So it's going to be that Monisa will be brought into the attack from this the media center end 98 for 5, 62 from 54. So Monisa 7 overs, 3 for 15. She has been brought back to see if she can pick up the remaining wickets. Probably get a fifer into the offside. Don't think I've seen, has anyone taken a 5-wicket haul for the season so far, Victor? I don't think so.
Well, not here at the Connery Cricket Centre, and possibly not throughout the tournament. But
Into the
we'll have to
onside.
check that.
So it's 95 for 18 over number 42. The target is still 157. They need another 62 runs.
2 overs of 15 runs can do it.
Over the wicket and into the big drive, straight to extra cover, and Millington takes another catch. Alexander has been dismissed, caught at extra cover, 95 for 9.
Well, 95 for 9. And Guyana, really, their fielders have been very supportive of the bowlers. And here is some information for us provided by our good Trinidad
Also
media man here.
Chanel Henry for Jamaica took 6 for 31 against the Windwards. Windwards made 175 for 9. And the response, the Jamaicans are 62 for 3 from 12.5 overs.
So, quite an interesting contest there also too. But Guyana right now, just one more wicket for the Guyanese to take, and they will come away unless there is a super performance by this last pair. How much uncertainties are there, as listeners and viewers will always say that cricket is the game of glorious uncertainties. Well, I don't think there is any uncertainties in this particular case, whereby I can be proven wrong, but it is 95 for 9, just the 1 wicket to go, some 51 more runs to get. And if this last pair can pull it off, this will be a super magnificent performance.
So Monisa has been brought back and she has picked up a wicket, so she has an opportunity to get 5 wickets. She has 4 for 15.
Wow, good spell.
So Chanel Henry got 6 against the Windwards. So now Monisa has an opportunity to pick up 5 wickets. To bowling to Sugrim. And Sugrim actually want to prevent her from picking up 5 wickets. So 2 deliveries remaining in her 8th over. She has 4 for 15, 95 for 9. So the Guyanese are in sight of victory. Just 1 more wicket to be had, and they will win their 3rd game. And it means that the Red Force would have lost 4 in a row. And she's bowled. So Monisa has picked up 5 wickets. The Guyanese team, they have won by some 61 runs over the Red Force team, and Red Force losing 4 in a row. Good victory for the Guyanese team, and Monisa picking up 5 for 15.
Yes, and very good bowling by getting 5 for 15. All the players are surrounding her, and no doubt it could just be tears of joy if they are tears shedding right now for her. Very valuable 5 wickets, and Guyana winning convincingly, and Trinidad and Tobago once again not rising to the occasion and losing Gary, their 4th encounter. So the women for Guyana, they are now in a huddle, congratulating each other, and whatsoever they are saying right now, well done everyone, no doubt by the captain and Gary. What a good victory it was for Guyana.
So good win for Guyana. So we tell you Guyana were inserted this morning when the Red Force won a toss and inserted them. They made 156 for 8. Top score 52 coming from the captain. That's Campbell. Charisma Ramarak got 3 for 26 and Kirby 2 for 24. And when the Red Force batted, they were all out for 95 from 42 overs. A top score of 20 coming from Ramnath. And then for the bowling, you saw that the Monisa would have picked up 5 for 15. Monisa 5 for 15 from 8 overs. And congratulations to the Guyanese team for winning here at Connery. So the match here at Connery has been completed, and Guyana winning by some 61 runs. So that's about it from Connery until Wednesday.